I am now opening up the Sequoia Union High School District Board meeting for January 17th, 2024. And I like to see if we have any public comments for our closed session. Do we have 5 people? 1, 2. We have no one? Okay. Just to give you a couple of minutes, we know we have someone in the audience. Do you have anything to say? I don't see any hands raised. We will now close our session and be back at 6 o'clock for our board meeting for our public session. Thank you so much. Everyone. Good evening. This is the Sequoia Union High School District Board meeting. I don't know where my paper is. Here it is. And it's January 17th, 2024, believe it or not. And I'm calling our meeting to order. And so we have to do a roll call. We do have someone who is helping us who's not in the room because of a code, which is Laura Luese. So you might hear this voice that you don't see in the room. She really is here. She's just want to make sure she's protecting herself and the environment because she's not quite feeling 100%. So I just want to let you know there's more people in the room than what you see. Laura, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you guys hear Laura, you can't see her, but wonderful person who works in the superintendent's office. So Laura, I'm going to turn it over for you to do roll call.
Thank you, President Stevenson. Student trustee Argwell is absent today. Student trustee Yuryev.
Here.
Trustee Ginn.
Here.
Trustee Dubois.
Here.
Trustee Koo.
Here.
Vice President Nori.
Here.
President Stevenson.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Okay, I want to go back a little bit to do an explanation to the audience to review our public protocol. Members of the public may submit written comments to the board in advance of meeting via email board@seq.org. All comments sent in advance of the meeting will be shared with the board prior to the meeting, but will not read during the board meeting. Members of the public who wish to remotely provide comment during the meeting, use the raise your hand feature. Speakers must raise their hand during the agenda item. For example, 8.1, the public comment portion in the meeting, in order for the comment of the topics not to be included in the approved agenda. To speak at an item on the agenda in person, please fill out our speaker cards. And Esmeralda is right here, who has our speaker cards. To indicate the agenda item and hand the card to our executive assistant. When the requested agenda item comes before the board, the speaker will be called forward. We already did the roll call, and now we're going to do the report out of the closed session, and there's nothing to report. So now I will turn it over to Superintendent Leach. Yes, you got this. Oh, sorry, it's only my second board meeting. We need to approve the agenda. Is there anyone want to make any changes to the agenda? Can I have a motion?
Move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Do we don't have to do roll call. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are ready for special recognitions. Tonight, I'd like to first start off. We'd like to recognize 2 student groups from Carlment High School: the Reach Out Hangout Commission, the Access Committee, and the staff who support them. Can I see? Yeah, go ahead, yes. And so Principal Buckland will come to the podium to.
Things to say?
Oh, I hope you
Yeah.
do have some things to say.
And I don't think I'm the only one.
Okay.
I think some other folks are going to speak too, so
Well, let's show off and show some love to Carlmont.
let's do that. Okay, yeah. So good evening, members of the board, cabinet, Sequoia Union High School District teachers, staff, students, and folks who are assembled here tonight. I'm going to take a few minutes of your time to talk a little bit about Carlmont High School and to celebrate one of the great things we do over in San Carlos and Belmont. It was tough to decide what to talk about tonight. This group has seen the amazing Carlmont Choir. You've probably read about our inaugural championship girls flag football team, 10-0. And recently I messaged our community about DECA Awards, and we have an upcoming musical, The Little Mermaid, at the end of the month. So there's a lot of positive things happening to recognize and celebrate. Here's what I decided to focus on tonight, though. Carlmont is in the process of completing their 6-year WASC report, and more on that for all of you in the coming weeks. So this means that we've been doing a lot of reflecting, goal setting, and also celebrating. So a WASC cycle is a time to look at what a school does and to do analysis of what we do well, and also what we need to continue to work on. Carlmont has recycled one goal from the previous report, which is to improve academic achievement for designated groups like our language learners and special education. One of our new goals focuses on fostering a campus community that recognizes and celebrates all of our diversity. So these are things we're saying we're focusing on in the coming years, but tonight I want to celebrate something we're doing now and have been doing that serves both of those upcoming goals. So thanks to 3 staff members who are here tonight, Ms. Justine Headland, Ms. Michelle Morris, and Mr. Jim Kelly, and the students that they work with, many of whom are also here tonight, we have programs in place at Carlmont that truly contribute to our inclusive culture where every student has a sense of belonging. So there's ample research that points to improved academics, better graduation rates, attendance rates, GPA for students who are engaged in the wider school community, extracurricular activities. So the programs I'm highlighting tonight are, as you mentioned, Reach Out, Hangout, and MORP, and the work of the Access Committee at Carlmont. These are programs that focus on inclusivity and belonging, specifically for some of our more specialized program students. So I'm going to give a brief overview of those programs and what they create at Carlmont, and then I'm going to pass the microphone to the true experts, the staff and the students. So Reach Out, Hangout is an evening event, one Friday a month, sometimes with a theme, sometimes not. These teachers are all there that are here tonight. Other teachers and staff members come too, so I'd like to give a special shout out to Ms. Carefoot and Mr. Deasy, who often come. Students from ASB work with students from our SAC class and other special ed programs, and sometimes our language learners, to do activities and events together in a comfortable, safe, and most importantly, fun environment. So ping pong, sure. Mario Kart, why not? Cookie decorating, yes. Pizza eating, definitely. So students come together in shared space so that Carlmont is serving all of its students. Reach Out, Hang Out helps students feel more connected and comfortable socially at Carlmont. So this leads to another event, MORP. MORP, yeah, that's prom spelled backwards, is a formal dance event held at Carlmont. Students in our specialized programs who might not feel completely comfortable or assured at a large venue prom can experience their own prom or even a practice prom by attending MORP. So I want to thank and recognize tonight all those students and adults who are here who participate in and help make those events happen and keep them open and inviting for everyone. The Access Committee also works parallel with the groups putting together MORP and Reach Out, Hangout to create other opportunities to get and keep students involved at Carlmont. Carlmont is a big school. We have over 2,350 students. It is important that we continue to find ways to make all students at Carlmont feel like that they have a place, that this is their school, they belong, and they're not just getting lost in the crowd. So I am so proud of the staff and the students that are here tonight for their efforts in making Carlmont into a space for all. SAC, ILS, STARS, SPED, Gen Ed, everyone has a place. So I'm going to pass the mic really quickly to Justine and to Michelle to provide some additional details, and I've got some students who are going to come up too. And Justine has a helper as well. So thanks, you guys.
So we started our partnering with ASB about 10 years ago. We had parents come to us, ask us if we could do something like Best Buddies. We looked into it. Those all cost a lot of money, and we thought, why don't we just do something grassroots We went to ASB and said, hey, who wants to partner with us to do this? They've been absolutely wonderful, putting on these events. We've had, parents from other schools come to us and say, hey, can we have this at our school too? This seems so positive. My kid needs a place to belong. And so that's been a real, positive of this, as well as it's sort of built in insurance for our students that may tend to be picked on or, may feel less than. And we have a whole group of ASB and other students who are looking out for our students, let us know when things are happening. And so we love that it's that built-in insurance policy. I don't know, what else do you want to?
I think it just connects people who may have not run into each other. And so kids are more willing to try classes they would have never thought of. They feel more welcome to come out to the quad at lunch because they know there's a safe place to go. Or even just having someone that they know they can say hi to in the hall when they pass by is just incredibly meaningful to help support attendance as well as just overall achievement within the high school setting. So we are so lucky and grateful that Carlmont supports us in doing this. Yeah.
So, in true Jim Kelly style, he didn't want to speak. He was like, it's all about student voice. So we're going to have a student come up and say some words about this. So I'd like you all to please welcome Anya Chitrangia. And Devinder's not here. Devinder, did you come in? Come on up. I've got Devinder as well to talk about this program.
Hello, my name is Anya Chitlangia, and I'm the lead facilitator of the current Reach Out Commission in Carmont High School. And so like Ms. Buckland-Murray has mentioned, the Reach Out Hangout is dedicated to fostering a sense of inclusivity and school spirit by organizing these themed hangouts with the SAC, ILS, and special education programs and diverse student populations. And like she mentioned, some of the key events of Reach Out Hangout is to facilitate involvement and engagement and interaction with students outside of their classes and in the broader school community. And additionally, with MORP, we designed this formal dance to provide a more comfortable and socially welcoming environment that caters to some of their needs and comforts and is more inclusive about the possible triggers of a larger school environment that are normally present in the formal homecoming and prom dances. The whole purpose of Reach Out is about ensuring that every student at Carmont can engage in these iconic high school events and can share these experiences that other and most normal other high schoolers experience. And it's about like finding a supportive community. The impact of Reach Out visually, you can notice. We often, as the commission, go and talk with the students every Friday to discuss events and details about our hangouts. And every time we mention like, hey, there's a new hangout upcoming next week or next month, you can visually see the excitement and eagerness to be involved and to participate on their faces. It has a huge impact on broadening their social community while maintaining that comfortability with interacting in familiar faces with ASB students.
Hello, my name is Devinder. I'm currently a senior and I am part of the Access Commission at Carlmont High School. So I'm here just to tell you a little about what Access does at Carlmont. So the Access Commission is a branch of our school's associated student body, and we focus on directly supporting the school's foster youth and English language learners. So these are students who are often from other countries and English might not be their first language. And our goal is to basically help these students have a similar amazing high school experience like the rest of our mainstream student body, regardless of, their own unique situations and possible limitations. We do this through a few different ways, one of the main ones being through packages we put on throughout the year. For example, one of our upcoming packages that me and the rest of my commission is working on is our prom package, where we help these students find tuxedos and dresses for prom, and we help cover the costs of their clothing, hair, makeup, and tickets, so they can have such a great experience that, I've been able to experience at prom, and I know a lot of my friends have, as everyone else. I also understand that a lot of the students we work with come from different cultures and backgrounds and might not be familiar with some of the larger holidays we celebrate here. And as a result, we do put on packages for some of the major holidays throughout the year, such as our winter holiday season package and our Thanksgiving package. Currently, we are working with over 50 students at Carlmont, and we are looking to expand the program. And we're also really looking forward to sharing it with other high schools in the area who might not be familiar with what we do at Carlmont. Thank you for giving me your time, and I'm happy to answer any further questions you guys have.
We had one other student that was going to be here tonight, Isaac Strelo. He's one of our SAC students in Justine Headland's class. And speaking of inclusivity, he couldn't come tonight, or excuse me, they couldn't come tonight because they are getting ready for the musical at the end of the week, Tech Week. So Isaac and 3 others, class members are all involved in the musical, both on stage and in the tech team. So they overcommitted themselves. So again, I wanted to thank everyone for being here tonight and their efforts in making Carlmont an inclusive community where all students are supported and served. I want to recognize the other students who are involved and maybe here tonight. And I think this is what Superintendent Leach is going to do. So the Reach Out Commission is Anya Chitlangia, who you already heard from, Max Federley, Reese Adruni, Satvik Nanda, and Emily Song. And then the Access Commission that Devinder just talked about is Devinder Josephson, August Stunenberg, Bhavya Raman, and Bobby Clevenger. They're all awesome folks who make Carlmont a great place to be. Come on up, team. Let's do this. Thank you. Do you want them to be holding these or no? Oh, yeah. Let's do it. Double wrap. Super wrap.
So I do have one more special recognition. So January is school board recognition month. So technically, my bosses, they get an entire month. Cabinet, I get 1 day. Please take note. I would like to recognize our board for their tireless, feel free to take a breather, efforts as champions of our students, families, and staff. I think most people have said sometime in their profession that they have the hardest job. But as I've witnessed our trustees hard at work, I would have to say that being a trustee is extremely hard and has been for the past year, if not longer. I've served with most of you going back to COVID, and it's been a run the past 4 years. So each of you brings experiences and knowledge to your seat, and I'm very thankful for you all and your individual thoughts. Visionary change is slow and it requires patience. I believe that you all have the stamina to hang, and I hope you hang with me. You proved that in this marathon of retreats we had last spring, and you continue to learn and refine how we all work as a team. And so I just want to recognize you all, and I want to thank you for making the choice to serve and to serve our communities well. So now it is your time to get the green certificate and to move to the front so that we can take a picture together. Come on. No more recognitions at this time.
That was a little odd, but thank you to have all that attention on us, but appreciate it. I can only speak for myself, appreciate being on the board. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna put mine next to yours, Suffolk. It is now time for our public comment on non-agenda items. If you're talking about an agenda item, please give your card to Esmeralda, our executive assistant. And we'll make sure when that item comes up, we would announce your name or have a process to do that. Okay, so I'm going to read this. The board does not act upon any matters that have not been agendized except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. It is the policy of the board to refer matters raised in the forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. Board policy ordinarily limits the time to devote it to any single agenda item to 10 minutes. That's what our board handbook says. Individual speakers, particularly agenda items, because many speakers wish to address the item. The board may reduce the time allotted to individual speakers to 2 minutes or to 1 minute as appropriate in order to permit more speakers to comment. The board will announce the amount of time to be allotted to each speaker before the public comment on each particular agenda item begins. We ask all speakers to keep within the time limit. So now is our time. We have how many people?
So we have 42 in-person public comment cards at this time. And right now we have 5, 6, 7. We're going to give it a few seconds more for Zoom hands. If you are in the audience and you wish to make a public comment on a non-agendized item, please raise your hand at this time.
So we have 14 hands raised.
There's more coming.
And I'm going to stop it at, oh, there's more?
Give it a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. So please be patient with us. We have a process that we have to go through. It sounds like we're going to have more than the time that we have allotted. So we're trying to figure out how many people are there, what process that we will use, and how many minutes. We do have some other ways of figuring out how people will speak, given the time limit that we have. We do have a full agenda today, and want to be done by 10 o'clock.
So last call for in-person non-agendized public comments. Please fill out your card and bring it to Esmeralda at the dais. Is anyone still working on a card? If you could let me know in the audience if you're currently filling out a card. Okay. Okay, for our friends, please raise your hand if you would like to be included in public comment for non-agendized item. Please raise your hand. Keep your hand up. So Esmeralda, how many in-person cards do we have? I'm sorry? So we have 46 and we currently have 18 Zoom hands raised. 17, so we went down, we're going down.
So we have a total board members of 64 individuals. So I'm looking for you for a collective guidance. We typically do 10 minutes, 3 minutes each. We could do 10 minutes, 2 minutes each, 10 minutes, 1 minute each, and do a random, what is it called? Random selection like we have done in the past and most recent board meetings, or we can extend it 20 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and random. So 64 people.
So I can go first, and I'd support anything the board does, but I would like to hear from everybody if we give everyone a minute. Or if 64 might be a lot, I wouldn't mind doing public comment for an hour, and then after we run through an hour at 1 minute each, call it quits, no matter where we are on the list.
So 64 minutes with 4 people who are not able to speak.
Yeah, or it's either everyone or do it for an hour and then stop it at
So 64 people, 60 people, 1 minute
Yeah.
each, because 60 people. Any other suggestions? Amy?
I mean, my other thought was potentially if we want to keep the meeting moving, then 30 minutes, 1 minute each, and then we'll just do randomization. Because it seems weird, like if you're gonna do 60 minutes, you might as well do 64. I mean, why, why cut off the last 4? But then we'll be here for a really long time.
So we have 2 comments, 30 minutes, 2 recommendations, or 60 minutes, or 64 minutes, 1 minute each. Any other comments? Rich? No comment? Carrie?
I just think with this much interest, we usually have allowed more time.
Add more time, 10 minutes, 30 minutes?
I think maybe, and would it work with 45 minutes or 40 minutes? Because with so much interest, we usually do allow more time.
Okay.
Yeah, just adding on quickly, at least to me, it seems like whenever we've had controversial issues in the past, we've let everyone talk. And I get that, we have other things that we need to get to too, but
This is not agenda, so it might be a plethora of things that people are talking about. Are
Yeah.
you wanting to do the full 64 minutes, 1 minute per? I just need some guidance, y'all.
I'm fine with that.
And
But
here's one other thought, just to remind people
Yeah.
that if a comment's been made, not to have people make the same comments over and over again, right? That might help
Okay.
with the timing.
Trustee Ginn,
I'll support Sophic's recommendation.
which is
Give everybody a minute.
for 64
Yeah,
minutes.
4 minutes.
Are we all in agreement?
I'm-
Jacob, I'm looking at you.
I support everyone a minute as well.
Okay, 64 minutes, 1 minute each. Please do not try to repeat what other people say so we can maximize the minutes and the time.
Just give me a second to capture everyone online real quick.
Okay. Thank you all for your patience.
So we have 46 in person.
And please know that we are not allowed to comment back. So if we're just smiling, looking at you, we're not being rude. We are just intentionally, and intensively listening.
Ms. Loise, I presume that you can hear me, even though I cannot see you. And you have the ability to see the Zoom room attendee participants. So we will take the 18 from the top.
Yeah, it looks like there were some extra, now they're removing them.
There's 19, so we will take the 18 from the top.
At least the last person on Zoom had their hand up before we even started, so I don't know.
So is it the board's wish to take the 19 that currently have their hands raised?
I thought there was a deadline.
Well, I think we cut it off.
We cut it off. We
So
should,
now there's 20.
yeah, we,
Yeah.
Well,
where we cut it off should be where.
I need to, so that's
I
why I'm
believe-
asking for
So,
clar-
the only
clarification.
thing is, at least the 19th name, when I took a screenshot of the list when we cut it off, her name was on it. So just because she's the 19th on the list, she raised her hand before. So do you know who the last 2
I don't.
people are?
That's,
So
no.
That's-
to
so we're
the
gonna go
chair,
by
can I speak for a
word.
minute?
Laura,
the-
can you speak up, please?
Yeah, let me raise my volume. Hold on. So when it was decided to go 1 minute and 64 minutes, go with 1 minute and 64 minutes, Anna Taub was the 17th person. Were we going? And then the rest popped up after.
Yeah, so we're stopping at the 1 that we did the last call. Any other people, not to hurt your feelings, we welcome you. Please we can maybe put in a chat, email us at board@seq.org. I think it's only, we have to go by where we cut off. We only have 64 minutes. That's where I'm at right now. All right, let's get started. Again, Laura is in the room. You will be hearing her voice, but Esmeralda's here to help us keep on task. And Josue is going to do the time for 1 minute. We will not be commenting back. We will be listening. Let's get down to the business. Who's the first one, Laura?
Okay, we have,
Starting with in person or online?
Laura's going to give us the direction. We're going to follow her. Laura?
I'm sorry, yeah, we're going with the in-person comment cards and then we'll switch to Zoom. Okay, please bear with me. So, if I pronounce your name wrong, I apologize. Some of the writing's hard to read. First up is Abad. And then next would be Noah Glazer.
So as we call your name, just stand in line so that we can kind of move through this kind of quickly, okay? So Laura will call the first person, the second person, third person. Please get ready. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Elad. I'm a parent of children in this school district of 3 kids. I'm a scientist by training and by profession. And I'm here to comment about some curriculum that was presented in the Melo Atherton High School, which I find very offensive and very, very dangerous because it's I respect the ability of teachers to teach according to their understanding of the subject matter, but I have a big problem with when content is in a negligent and sometimes maybe even malicious way described in a that promotes anti-Semitism and is divorced from any fact and reality, describing Hamas terrorists as a group of resistance and not describing any of their atrocities and presenting a very narrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. After Noah Glazer, we're gonna have John Medina and Tom Traeger.
Hi, my name is Noah Glazer. I'm a community member. I live in the area. I recently saw a lesson plan, which I think is the same lesson plan Elad is referring to, which had hate propaganda that, I was no less appalled than if I saw the Sambo blackface or the yellow peril. The imagery of the Jewish puppet master controlling the world was just one of the images that was unironically displayed in this one-sided lesson that essentially reduced millions of people, both on the Jewish, the Christian, the Muslim, the Israeli, the Palestinian side, into a one-dimensional caricature of either a person in power or out of power. And I just wanted to ask us to take the responsibility we should teach our students about the world, but do it in a way that is responsible and doesn't reduce people.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is John Medina. I'm a business agent with Sprinkler Fitters Local 43, and I'm also here representing the building trades for San Mateo County. Along with me as an electrician, Stephen Booker, and Tom Trayer with sheet metal workers. We kind of have the same thing, so hopefully we'll try to get 2 minutes out of 3 instead. But I personally have been working on the advisory committee with Redwood High School. So I'm looking forward to working with them and talking with the woodshop teacher over there. Jim's doing a wonderful job. We're helping to try to create pathways for these future students to get a career into the building trades and start an apprenticeship program, finding another career other than college like we were all pushed into. But there is a great pathway. You guys have your Measure W that came out and all your new work that is going to be done in the future for any new future school projects. We're hoping we can get done under a community workforce agreement that can all be done under union to feed in.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. As my partner John said, I'm with the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. My name is Tom Chair. We will be reaching out to many of you individually. We have a lot that we can offer this school district. Myself, props to Carlmont. 01, I graduated and have been in the trades ever since. It allows me and my family to work and live in this community. Community workforce agreements allow many, many young people to stay in this community. And as many of you are aware, it's very expensive, very difficult to make a living in the Bay Area. My wife is a proud Teamster. I'm a proud sheet metal worker, as well as a proud member of the building trades community. I look forward to working with all of you in the future, and you will be seeing emails from me very shortly. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I was just gonna take his last 30 seconds. I don't need a minute. Stephen Booker, IBEW Local 617. I'm also representing the Building Trades and the Labor Council. And I just want to introduce myself and invite your board members. I have my business cards I'll leave up there for you. But we have training facilities that we train individuals to be electricians, to be pipe fitters, to be sheet metal workers. There's scholarships, so it's all paid for. There's no cost to the students. Right now, with a high school diploma, a C or better in algebra, driver's license, ability to pass a drug test, our electricians with no experience start off at $27.30 an hour with benefits. And there's no college loan to pay back. And that's why we're able to work and live in our community. And like John said, he's like, out of his high school class, he's like one of the few people that's actually bought a house in this community. So I encourage you guys to reach out to us. We have training facilities that are free of charge. As new technologies come out, we're on the best of those, and those are free too. So anybody that's looking for a profession in the building trades, I'm gonna leave my card up here with the superintendent and the board. And please reach out to us, Stephen Booker.
Thank you. Laura?
Thank you. Next, we have Ebony F. and then Michael Segalu and Noah Draymond.
Can you say the names again, please?
Ebony F. Michael Segalu and Noah Draymond.
All right,
Hi,
Ebony.
my name is Ebony Freeman, and I am standing on behalf of my teacher who I have watched be bullied, cyber attacks, doxxed, and overall not defended by almost everyone in the community, and it makes me sick. I am deeply disappointed in my admin for not standing behind teachers as they stand behind teachers who have said slurs, who have sat there and did atrocious behavior, and they have defended them for harassment and bullying, but she is left alone to defend for herself. I would like to remind us that these things lead to suicide. They lead to death. Earlier this year, I don't know if you guys have heard, but the president of Lincoln University, she committed suicide for the same things that a lot of you are guilty of doing to Miss Montgomery. And it is disgusting. And I would like to remind ourselves that if you do feel offended by the slides, that is your personal right. And I will not stop you from expressing yourself. However, there is a line and all of you have crossed it. And that cannot be defended. And I won't sit there and take for it. Yeah.
My name is Michal.
Sorry, can you hold on? We'll give you your minute. I want to remind people, sorry, blame it on my mind. We shouldn't be clapping and booing and all that. So if we can kind of hold that to a minimum, and I'm not trying to suppress or oppress people's way of expression, but we are trying to get through this kind of quickly. So thank you so much. I'm going to give you your minute back. You can go ahead.
My name is Michal. I'm a parent in this district. This is where I live and this is where I belong. Under good intentions, but malinformed, we're seeing more and more anti-Semitism creep here in the US, including into our school curriculum. By cherry-picking information, misrepresenting facts, in particular into young people's mind, we are not giving them the right set of tools to judge by themselves. There are many examples. I will name one. One cannot ignore the fact that Hamas is a declared goal is to eradicate the state of Israel and the Jewish people. Leaving that out of any lesson that discusses this conflict is wrong both academically and morally. This is a cynical use of power and influence over young minds. Second, we are depriving our children from really helping marginalized groups and defeating the purpose of ethnic studies. I would really love for there to be a simple oppressor and oppressed narrative that can represent everything that's going on in the world. That simply does not hold in this case. It diminishes.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Again, we're not happy. Thank you. You ready? Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Noah, and I'm a member of the community. I and others from our community who've just spoken would just want to reiterate that the ethnic studies class that was presented to students at MA recently was riddled with blatant inaccuracies and misinformation. There's a document that lays out all of these false claims, and I really recommend for everyone who's interested and hasn't yet to review it. My request is simple. I just ask that all students who were subjected to this class and their parents be sent this document so that we can begin to undo the harm that has been done. And I also ask that the district introduce mechanisms to ensure that going forwards, students in our district not be exposed to false biased narratives, but rather to factual information, and that they be encouraged to employ critical thinking when contemplating nuances that exist in the real world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Laura, please name the next few people.
Next is Gila Maus, Michelle DeHoff, and Jeremy Array.
Okay. Hi. So I'm Hila. I'm the mother of Liri. She's a student in MA, and we want to say that we were very offended by this presentation. This is a presentation who spread hatred. My daughter was personally targeted. You're talking about harassment toward the teacher, but we as Israeli and Jews are being harassed. We are targeted, and we no longer feel at home. This is Hamas propaganda, a terrorist attack that was given to our children, and we would like to the people, I understand that maybe you have different opinions than us, but we do have to use facts, not alternative facts. This is outrageous. Our kids are being taught alternative facts. This is about narrative. This is one narrative, the narrative of Hamas, who is a terrorist organization who's attacking our family. And this discussion and this conversation is attacking our lives here in this country. We no longer feel safe here. So there's also consequences to what's.
Thank you. Next.
Elda Hoff, I've been a parent in this district for the last 8 years. I was on the MA Site Council. I've been on the foundation for the last 6 years. I was actually the lead for Measure W for MA. I appreciated the speakers before. I've been a volunteer in the Ravenswood School District for 5 years. I'm a tech innovation and health equity educator. I love our teachers in our district. I'm grateful for the wonderful education that it's given my 3 boys, but I'm here because students in our district have been taught content that is patently false and harmful. At least 2 teachers in our district have taught a lecture that violates district guidelines, state laws, and education code, particularly as they relate to controversial topics. I'm here because these teachers are hiding behind important ethnic studies banners to indoctrinate hate into our classrooms. The lecture we reference has been worked on tirelessly through the proper channels with you guys and with our school. We want a restored.
Thank you. Next.
All right, since we only got 1 minute, I'm not going to introduce myself. I'm back again, here to defend students, families, teachers. And I used to work here, but I had to leave because of hostile work environment, unfortunately and reluctantly. And I'm here to defend Chloe Gentile Montgomery. She's an outstanding educator. She's a joy-focused published poet and leader, brought passion and expertise to MA from day one. But we tried to bring realities to you last year in June, and guess what's happening? Exactly what I predicted is coming back to you again, and I'm here again this year. The things you didn't address, the emails you didn't answer, the times you sat in meetings with black educators where they cried and you didn't tell the community what's really going on, we're back here, and the issue is hurting students and teachers again, and this is exactly what I predicted. You know, you're not defending black educators, you're not telling the truth to the community, and the result is this insecurity we're seeing from an entire community of people that have learned lies about history. My family history against apartheid is not Hamas propaganda. My uncle worked with Nelson Mandela. He was tortured. It's not Hamas propaganda.
Okay. All right. Laura, name the next few folks, please.
Sharinda Bryant, Abby Corman, and Diana Nguyen.
The last name again, Diana.
Nguyen.
Are you here?
Good evening, board and cabinet. My name is Sharonda Bryant, former educator, BSU advisor for about 12 years in this district, recipient of the 2019 CTA Innovative Teacher Award. And I name that because I understand what it means to bring in race and all of these controversial topics into the classroom. I understand how students react to hearing difficult things. But the thing is that we need to do is to not shy away from that and give our community standards, hold fast to the community standards, and allow for the critical thinking, allow for the skill building, and all of that that goes on into the classroom. I'm here standing for educators who push beyond the status quo. And I want to stand in solidarity with Chloe, with Lan, and all of the educators that do just that. Thank you.
Tonight, I'll be reading comments from two students who actually witnessed firsthand the lesson on Israel and Palestine that's being discussed tonight. Quote, "Dear school board, I'm a 9th grade student at MA. I'm one of Miss Montgomery's students, and I'm writing this letter because I know a little bit about what's going on. In my experience in Miss Montgomery's class, I can say that everything that she has taught us is very important and useful because some of the things aren't being shared when they should be. One example is the lesson that she teaches us that was about all the stuff that is going on in Israel and Palestine. It is important to share it because a lot of people are being murdered unjustifiably, and this is important. If this problem is shared more, everyone can know what is going on our planet." Letter 2. Quote, "Dear school board, I'm Angel Barraza, an 11th grade student at MA. I'm a student in the other teacher's class. It's been brought to my attention what's been happening with Miss Montgomery and the other teacher, and I feel what's happening isn't fair. These types of topics in this class need to be brought to our attention as students, and in no moment did my students and I feel that hate was being shown to us or
Melly and I co-authored the letter of and are members of the founding Ethnic Studies proposal team. I would like to speak about what compelled us to write this letter and to tell you and the community we serve who we are on our own terms. Simply, we want to name what is happening in the world and have really hard conversations with our students. And there is no perfect way to do this, but we want it to be possible and to have brave conversations rather than be silenced by fear. And to do this, we have to have trust, and we cannot let harassment and intimidation govern our students' education. And at this moment, yes, it does mean teaching about Israel and Palestine, yet these challenging topics like this have always been there and will continue to be there. It is at the core of what we do as teachers, is to engage critically with the world that we share and to try to work through what we can with each other and our students. I know this is a tall order, but I chose to work at Sequoia because I believe that this can happen.
Laura, can you name the next few people, please? And please be ready to speak.
Next, we have Melissa Diaz, Marilyn Travis, and Ramon Martinez.
Dear members of the board, my name is Melissa Diaz, and I, with Diana Nguyen, have written the letter of support for Chloe Montgomery, which has garnered over 300 total signatures, 140 of which come from staff and alumni of the Sequoia Union High School District. We ask the board to make a public statement that condemns the harassment of teachers and develop protocol to support when teachers are being publicly attacked. We have already seen how the widespread and organized attacks on Chloe, in addition to threatening Chloe's safety, has had a silencing effect on teachers. The message, absent a statement from the board or administration, is that teachers shouldn't teach lessons on Israel and Palestine out of fear of retribution from community members with political agendas. This sets a dangerous precedent for our ability to engage students in current events and threatens our ability to prepare students to participate in a democracy. We as teachers recognize valid criticism given in good faith in an attempt to grow our practice, but no one deserves the level of punishment, scrutiny, isolation, and public attacks that Chloe has. That is why our primary ask of the board is to break the silence and exhibit courage by public.
Chloe Gentile Montgomery is the top talent LCAP goal number 5 speaks of. I collaborated with Chloe as a cooperating teacher and instructor through the Stanford Teacher Education Program. Chloe and all teachers like her should be protected when encouraging students to apply ethnic studies frameworks to current events. I expect this board to issue a clear and public statement regarding this matter. I'd also like this board to amend Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 1250 so that visitors and outsiders are not able to leave anonymous messages or materials in teachers' mailboxes. This is not the first or the last instance where public education will be used as a battleground to enshrine the status quo. It is simply the latest. Furthermore, our students have a right to learn about curriculum that addresses real-life context. Consequently, district approaches to complaints about instructional materials should not be overly prescriptive. Instead, they should support curricular autonomy for teachers to foster discourses about issues like genocide.
Laura, please name, oh, I'm sorry, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Ramon Martinez. I'm a professor at Stanford University in the Graduate School of Education, and this is how I know Ms. Gentile Montgomery, who I know to be a consummate professional, thoughtful and talented educator. I was profoundly disturbed to hear that she has become the victim of retaliation, intimidation, harassment. Principled people can have principled disagreements about curricular and instructional decisions, about historical facts even, about current events, but harassment crosses the line. As the only Black credentialed teacher at Menlo Atherton, Chloe plays a crucial role in her students' lives. I urge you, the members of the board, to please take concrete steps to explicitly condemn the harassment she has faced, to actively discourage future harassment, and to support Chloe as she continues to commit herself to the work of teaching. Taking such steps would set an important precedent in demonstrating your support to teachers of color, freedom of speech, and educational equity more broadly. Thank you.
Laura, please name the next few people.
Next up is David Morales, Osat Leventhal, and Megan Adams.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is David Morales. I'm a former high school teacher, current doctoral candidate at the Stanford Graduate School of Education, and I'm here in complete support of Chloe Montgomery. I met Chloe when she was a teacher candidate at Stanford, and I have continued to work with her over the past couple of years. During this time, I have learned a deep sense of justice that drives Chloe in her work. I have observed her in her classroom and know the work, the very powerful work that she does with her students and to instill critical thinking in them. I have heard the arguments against Chloe a month ago in this room, in this very stand, and even tonight from individuals, neither of whom, as I understand, are parents of Chloe's students. And I've heard these baseless, inaccurate comments and wonder how many of these individuals have actually stepped into Chloe's classroom or tried to talk to her about the important lesson that she taught before they went on a rampage to harass her. I asked the board to make a statement in support of Chloe. Please support Black educators, support.
Next person. Thank you. Quiet. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Osnat Lowenthal, and I see all the placards in the room today. Students need Black educators. Stop attacks on teachers. I agree with all of that. I have to say that I have never met Miss Montgomery. I have no idea what her race is. It's the first time actually that I'm learning about it. I had no idea where she's coming from, but I did see her lesson plan. And as an Israeli, I have to say that despite where she's from, what she saw, what she said there is blatant inaccuracies, taking things out of context, and inaccuracies, lies. Now, we're talking about not harassing anyone. Our kids at school are currently being harassed. It's not only against the Black population.
Please. She can finish her comment. Thank you.
Harassment is happening against and targeted against Israelis and against Jewish kids at the school right now.
Thank you.
I am an educator and I'm speaking in support of Chloe Gentile Montgomery tonight. She is one of the most caring, courageous, passionate, empathetic, and hardworking people that I know. She has and will always stand up for what is right and for all marginalized communities. Her lesson, which is not her lesson, it was taken from another teacher at Menlo Atherton, has been mischaracterized, she's been mischaracterized, and she's been doxxed and horrifically harassed, causing her physical, emotional, and mental well-being to be severely and negatively impacted. What precedent are we setting by silencing teachers attempting to help students understand and contextualize the current events that they see every day? What safeguards are in place to protect teachers? And what is the district doing to adequately prepare their educators? I am calling for a public statement from the board and the district to condemn the harassment of teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, please name the next few people.
Next is Rachel Madeira Barash, Stephen Booker, and Chris Beatley Hagler.
Can you say the names again?
Rachel Madeira Barash, Stephen Booker, and Chris Beatley Hagler.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Modena Barish, and I have experienced firsthand the damage a Sequoia Union High School teacher caused by teaching information factually incorrect, pushing a one-sided political narrative that does not conform to the state education code or guidelines of AB 101. I would like to remind the board of Ed Codes 2020 and 51500, which prohibit discriminatory bias on the basis of nationality, ethnicity, religion, as well as District Policy 6144, which prohibits a teacher from promoting a particular viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's quiet down. Next person. Is that you, Chris?
Steve Booker left.
Oh, he already spoke. Okay. Or there's Stephen, hold up. Hold on. Laura, can you rename the three people, please?
I think Stephen Booker already spoke. There
Okay.
was a card that just had Stephen on it earlier.
Okay, so it's
There
Stephen
was-
Gomez. Did you only put Stephen on your car, Stephen? Oh, come on up, Stephen. Who are names? Are there other names, Laura?
No, it was because when I guess I don't know what happened, but Stephen was there was two Stevens, so we got confused. Sorry.
Okay, so we have student Stephen and we have Chris. Anybody else? Chris is the third one.
Yes.
Got it? All right, go Stephen.
Hello, board. Wait, can I hear me?
Go ahead, babe.
Hello, board and the community. My name is Stephen Gomez. I'm a student at Menlo Atherton High School. I'm in support of the BSU advisor, Miss Montgomery. For the past few weeks, she has been harassed by parents and other people for doing a lesson on the Israel-Hamas war. I really think that sometimes this lesson can be a little bit tricky to teach in school because I know a lot of people have different opinions. But I really think that the board should actually look at the lesson as well as the parents. I actually acknowledge you for what you're saying today. But I really think that if we're harassing a teacher for teaching a lesson that a different teacher taught already, we should protect her instead of having her being harassed by parents. I really hope that the board can put a statement out to people in the community to tell them what they have to do.
Thank you. And I apologize for calling you babe. I was just thinking like my own children. So I apologize, Stephen. You are a young man. Okay, sorry. Chris.
We need the board to take a strong stand against anti-Black harassment of our employees. That's what's happening. This is an example of what institutional racism looks like. If we are about protecting our staff of color and they're being harassed by our community and the board says nothing, then we are not about equity. We are not about representing our staff members. We're not about protecting them. If a Black educator asked me, is SUHSD a supportive environment to work in? I would say no. I would tell them to look elsewhere for employment, and this is an example of it.
When young educators of color provide students an opportunity to critically engage with standards-based content, we must support them. And I want the board to make a very clear statement of support for Ms. Montgomery. Shout out to the students for showing up. That bravery is inspiring.
All right. Any more? Quiet down. Any more, Laura?
Yes.
All right.
Next up, we have Julie Maltz, Karen Orzechaliski, I'm so sorry, and Jen Reith.
Thank you so much.
Good to go. I think that everybody in the room would agree about anti-harassment everywhere, and I am not questioning anybody's moral character. I'm reminding that all teachers have to operate within state-mandated guidelines. And this teacher went above and beyond and around them. She did not adhere to the state-mandated and state-given guidelines for what she could teach and what she cannot. And just think of it this way, if another teacher decided to go around this and taught content that was offensive to another group, we would all be standing here complaining about this. We have to follow the law, and we have to make sure that our teachers follow the law. This is why it's there.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, my name is Karen Orchesky. I'm a parent of a sophomore at MA and a senior at Tide. I want to say that as a parent of Jewish children.
Can I hold for just a minute? There's conversation. All right, give her back her couple of seconds. Thank you so much. We want to pay full attention. Go ahead.
As a parent of Jewish children, it feels especially important now that my girls feel safe and supported at school. Since the attacks of October 7th, Jews in California and across the world are experiencing an unprecedented level of anti-Semitism. We too are a minority, and it is frightening. I'm here to ask you tonight, in the spirit of inclusivity, to protect our Jewish students by keeping inaccurate, politically biased material out of our classrooms. Teachers do have the right to develop their own lesson plans, but not if those lessons come from unreliable sources such as Twitter, and not if those lessons violate education codes that were put in place to protect our students from discrimination and political propaganda. I know that the vast majority of excellent teachers here have our children's best interests, safety, and high quality education.
Thank you, Laura. Can you please name the next few people?
Next up is Michelle DeHassif, Jen Wallison, and Gabe Wallison.
All right. Is everyone ready? Okay, thank you.
I think Michelle already spoke. Okay. Good evening, board. First of all, I completely condemn harassment of any kind and believe we need to support our teachers. There's clearly so much pain, trauma. This topic is so delicate, complex, so much sensitivity. Our school needs to remain a safe and welcoming place that encourages belonging for all. This is why we must adhere to our district policies, especially 6144 about controversial issues. There's a lot of wisdom that the board passed that policy so that our classrooms can remain a place for all students. So please enforce this policy, which says that instruction shall be presented in a balanced manner, addressing all sides of the issue without bias or prejudice and without promoting any particular point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Quiet down. Next person.
Hi, my name is Gabe. I'm a father of a sophomore at MA. First, I want to be clear that harassment should never be allowed. But I want to also be clear that the petition that was sent to the board today went way past talking about harassment. It defended a curriculum that a teacher taught. It was one-sided, heavily biased, and really pure propaganda. And in particular, left out significant portions of context, such as that the government of Gaza, Hamas, kidnapped hundreds of Israelis, many of whom are still kidnapped, went to a music festival, killed, beheaded, and worse, this group of teenagers. None of that context was there. It was all missing. And I think that,
Let's respect, hold on, sir. Can we give him his 5 more seconds back? We do not want people interrupting. Let's respect the speaker. Hello, hello? I'm talking to the audience. Give him back his 5 seconds. Give him back his 5 seconds. We want to hear you.
okay, ready? So,
Go ahead.
so again, just to conclude, happy to have a conversation on harassment, happy for you guys to condemn it and to discover where harassment occurs. But let's be clear that a biased propaganda message from a teacher at MA can create significant harm to our students. Never let that happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our meeting. This is the board's meeting. Please respect that we are not clapping. I do hear a lot of snaps, trying not to be too controlling, but the clapping has to stop. All right, the next few people.
Next up, we have Merrimit, Gal Ross, and Maurice Goodman.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Merrimit Singer, and I'm a resident of Menlo Park and the mother of 2 boys attending our public schools and expected to attend MA for high school. I'm also an Israeli citizen and am more than happy to discuss with anyone interested offline the meaning and complexity of this identity to me. Being part of this district, I have absolute highest appreciation for our educators. But when I saw the slides from the lesson being discussed, I was shocked to my core. Among many falsehoods included in the lesson, it taught that Israel, the country that I and my children are citizens of, is illegal and heavily implied it should not exist. Aside from being bluntly false, which is of course of utmost importance in its own right, it is easy to understand why this makes me, my family, and our community feel the extreme opposite of included. This makes us feel hated and singled out, and indeed there were actions of this nature following this lesson. It definitely makes me feel unsafe to send my children to MA, and I expect the board to take action. Thank you.
All right, next person. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the time. My name is Gali Ross. I moved to the Bay Area in 2013 to get my master's from UC Berkeley. I've been a resident of Menlo Park since 2016 and consider myself privileged and fortunate to live where I live, often joking that raising my kids in Menlo Park has been one of the great gifts to parenthood that my husband and I could ever receive. The tribe that I have been able to call my own, raising my children, has been amazing. PTO, teachers, parents, admins alike, they've all had a positive impact on my kids. I have 4 children in Menlo Park school system, aged 5 to 12. That goes from Laurel to Hillview, all destined for MA. And I've been nothing but impressed by all the teachers, and I stand behind every single one of them. All that said, I'd like to second the ask that the harm done by the ethnic studies class be undone. Not all controversial topics are the same, and not all of them can be addressed alike. And this has nothing to do with ethnicity, and this has nothing to do with the teacher's race.
Next speaker.
Good evening. I want to express to you, I want to express my support for the very talented, skilled, and loved educator, Chloe Montgomery. The behavior by some of our education community has manifested in what I can only describe as alleged patterns of anti-Black, gender-based harassment. I want to express to you that ethnic studies plays a key role in developing well-rounded and grounded students that are skilled in critical thinking and civic engagement to contribute to the global community we live in. A safe environment is needed to allow courageous conversations and dialogue that will allow students to better understand and accept others' lived experiences, differentiate between propaganda, truth, and lies, wherever they come from, and embrace the humanity of their fellow students while respectfully addressing issues of the moment and challenging issues, not each other. Lastly, we need to protect our students, and this is not the proper time or attention and time given to this. We need to do more.
Please name the next few people.
Next, we have Neil Rothstein, Nadama Algamy, and Delanira.
Are those individuals in the room? Okay, go ahead and get started. Thank
Hi,
you.
my name is Neil Rothstein. I've been a community member for 16 years and my daughter's a sophomore at MA. First off, I just want to point out that no one should face the harassment that Ms. Montgomery has faced. There is no justification or excuse for it, full stop. In the letter to the board, the teachers describe themselves as, quote, educators who are uniquely positioned to understand the pedagogy and intricacies of teaching in a fraught political climate. Implicit in that statement is a requirement to understand nuance and the broader context within which these lessons are taught. Not only was the lesson plan factually inaccurate, it presents a very specific point of view as fact to students who by and large have limited knowledge of this issue. If you're going to lead a discussion about any topic, let alone one as, quote, as fraught as this one, the full picture needs to be painted. The petitioners note that, quote, we teach our students that every text we encounter is biased, that we must assess sources, interrogate government policies, and analyze multiple narratives to critically engage with current events and history. What it fails to mention is that the lesson plan presented here was steeped in bias, and rather than analyzing multiple narratives.
Thank you. Next person.
My name is Nechi. I'm a community member, and I don't know why it came to this point of like something that has to do with Black educators. I did not know anything about Miss Montgomery, but when I saw the slideshow, I have to say, I was just shocked as the daughter of two Holocaust survivors to be living in California and see such an anti-Semitic slideshow was just very hurtful. It's inaccurate. It's ignorant coming to the facts. I can't even start to describe how shocked I was by the fact that history was simplified to 1947. Jews come to Israel, 1947, Nakba. Guys, if this is what you're taught at school, you are in big trouble. Seriously, this is not education. This is propaganda.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, please, please. Thank you. Next person.
Chloe and I did our master's in education together at Stanford. Chloe is an intentional educator, a critical thinker, and a compassionate person. During our time at Stanford, we expanded our understandings of what it meant to be a teacher, and such a key part of that, what brought us together, was our shared commitment to our program's core values, a commitment to social justice and critical thinking. Since I have known Chloe, she has embodied being this teacher. I've had the privilege of observing her teach in her classroom and seeing the beautiful connections she builds with students to inform her lessons and make her teaching appropriate to the moments we are living in this world. Chloe and I have lesson planned together. One of my favorite lessons we built together was one where we asked students to freedom dream, to imagine a world where all marginalized people would be free. When I taught that lesson, it brought joy to my heart and tears to my eyes to see the students' imagination of a radically different future. In these moments, I ask myself, how can we continue to help our students dream better futures when our own future in this career is constantly attacked? Sorry.
Thank you. Just one moment. So we have individuals putting signs up. People have the right to have their signs up, is my understanding. But we are asking that we just be mindful. This is a place where we all want to be heard. And I know that some of the information is difficult. Excuse me, ma'am. I hear you, and this is a board meeting. Ma'am, this is a board meeting. Excuse me, we are talking about, we may ask people to leave, or we can take a recess. Thank you, Ms. Hanson, for moving to the audience. Let's all take a deep breath. Breathe out. Maybe open up the back doors. Get some air in here. Thank you so much. Okay. So we are not talking to students. We are not talking to students. If you can't respect the space, look at me, Ebony, look at me. We are not engaged. Ebony, we're not engaging. Hold it, no, we are not, we're up here, we're handling the meeting. Ebony, I'm gonna take care of you, just look this way. Do we understand? We are adults and we have young people here. Let's model what we want. So, no, you can't, no, no. We. Process. Call the police. We're calling the meeting back to order. We're calling the meeting back to order. Thank you for a moment. My sugar level got a little low, so thank you all for your patience. Okay. Thank you for those who stayed around. Thank you for those who acknowledged. Thank you for those who are taking care of each other. We are one community. Okay. And if the adults in the room can make sure our students are safe, it's the most important thing. We know we have adults who need to be safe, but our students come first, wherever they are on the spectrum of belief or needs. Okay. All right, Laura, you
Okay.
there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Name the next few people.
Okay, we have 11 more in person and then we'll switch to Zoom.
Okay.
First up is Sarah Leslie, Eva Tang, and Gray Gruzinski.
Okay, you guys ready? Okay, and as you hear your name, please get up right away so we don't waste time. Thank you all so much. Okay, you ready? Okay.
I am a student at Tide Academy, and I'm also Jewish. It is perfectly fine to talk about current events as long as they are accurate and do not jeopardize the safety of certain students and are unbiased. I do not condemn the harassment, nor do I agree with the depiction of the Jewish people in the slides. People are talking about harassment, but leaving out all the harassment that the Jewish people haven't been enduring. It is not okay for a teacher to teach their students terrorist propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
If you're wondering why we're talking about anti-Blackness tonight, I have to raise the question, why is Chloe Gentile Montgomery the only person being harassed at this level when there are people of other races and white men who have taught this lesson as well? We need to ask ourselves that. I met Chloe as a student teacher at EPAA when she was a student teacher at the program where I also became a student teacher, which is the Stanford Teacher Ed program. Her curriculum and instruction are rooted in love and liberation of all peoples. We are free unless we are all free. I'm saddened to hear of her harassment. I have also faced harassment by anonymous people through HR for calling out white supremacist actions in the district. So as a board, I ask you to adopt a policy to protect us from the harassment.
Thank you. Thank you. Next person.
My name is Greg Gruzinski. I am a history teacher at Woodside High School. I'm teaching in my 27th year in the district. I have taught decades of students about the conflict between Israel and Palestine. It's a controversial issue, but I've taught it, and one can teach it fairly. I have signed the I've signed the letter in solidarity with my colleague at Menlo Atherton High School. I am a white man who has taught this curriculum for over 2 decades, and I have not faced this level of harassment. This harassment is not okay, and I ask the district to support this teacher. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, apologize. Laura?
Yes, next up is Ashley Liu, Jenny Ortez, and Julie Martin.
All right, thank you.
I'm here to further the comments of educators and BSU advisors. We strongly believe that critical thinking and dialogue are rigorous approaches and essential to understanding the multiple kinds of truth, building emotional intelligence, and guarding oneself from the attacks of propaganda. Skilled teachers like Chloe must also be trusted to create safe spaces for such discussions. We must model and value restorative conversations that inspire growth and community over resorting to harassment and smear campaigns that cause pain and division. Tonight, we urge this board to take these imperative steps to 1, implement measures to educators from further harm and harassment, and 2, create and publicize an accountability plan that will ensure ongoing monitoring and full transparency in meeting the goals outlined in LCAP Goal Number 5, Item.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. I'm Jenny Ortez. I'm a teacher at Woodside High School, department chair. I've been with this district for 26 years. I have a message for Ms. Montgomery and all new and younger teachers. I am inspired by you, your courage, your bravery, your love for teaching. It is beautiful. I am a better human being for knowing you, for working with you. I am constantly wanting to step up my game because of you. We need you. I see you, especially women of color. I see you. I want to reassure you that there are veteran teachers that care for you. There are community members that care for you. Board members, I ask you to please help educators feel safe and that you protect and show your care for our new and younger teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, I'm Julie Martin. I'm a veteran teacher, 21 years at Woodside High School, and I speak to you today as a teacher who wants to protect all teachers who are teaching controversial issues in their classroom, and as a Jew. First of all, I, like Krasinski, have been teaching about the conflict in Israel and Palestine during the years that I was a history teacher, taught it for many, many years, both at Washington High School in the city and here at Woodside High School. It is a challenging topic. If we were, in 1972 or 1968, and we were teaching about Vietnam War, it would be very, very challenging, and there would be different perspectives on it related to colonialism, related to occupation, war. It would be hard. This is hard too. As a Jew, I want to make sure that you guys understand that the Jewish community is and always has been incredibly divided about this issue. Anti-Semitism is not the same thing as anti-Zionism.
Thank you. Hold up, please, please. Let's not do this. We are better than that. We are Sequoia Union High School District. We are better than that. We do not boo. We do not yell and clap. You can do your little snaps, try to make it not too loud, but please, we do not boo people. We do not boo. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Laura, next people, please.
Next, we have Sheila Zillinger, Gali. And this one, I'm not sure if it's a duplicate. It's, is there another Gila?
Say the name again?
It's Gila.
Is this person here today?
Last.
Gila? You already spoke?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So it's the next person after Gila?
So after is Oshat.
You already spoke already? Thank you. Next person?
So there's double cards. Okay, this is the last one in person. Maya Herstein.
So Maya, are you here? Okay, just go stand in line. Go ahead and start.
Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I'm here as a member of the community. This is not about Black teachers or racism or attacking particular teachers. This is not even about teaching tough topics. This is about teaching facts, things that are factually correct. It's about critical thinking, true critical thinking, and not indoctrination. And it's about teaching respectful dialogue to kids so that they can have conversations with people of differing views. I support the teachers immensely. They have a very tough job. But I don't want teachers to violate policies, either district policies, state laws, or the educational code. And that seems to have been done here. They must not bring their own political bias or ideologies into the classroom. Speaking up about factually incorrect classroom materials is not bullying a teacher. I want to also emphasize that.
Thank you.
Next person.
We have 1 minute. Are you ready? Thank you.
Hi, I'm a Menlo Park resident with 3 children. The oldest is intended to attend MA high school. I'm also a Jewish Israeli American, and I have most of my family living in Israel currently. On October 7th, our life turned upside down. We know people who were murdered that day. It's been extremely hard to explain to my kids why Israeli kids were murdered, burned, and kidnapped just because they're Jewish. I cannot imagine my daughter sitting through an extremely biased and hostile lesson, such as the one that was taught by a teacher at MA high school. Feeling unsafe is only the beginning of what this would bring upon her. Shame would be next. My daughter is pretty non-confrontational, so there is very little chance she would dare to correct a person of authority who claims to represent the truth in a class setting. One of the endorsers of your petition is a Jewish Voice of Peace from DC, an organization that glorifies terrorists such as Laila Khaled. This organization was banned from Columbia University. We as parents trust public school and educators with our precious children. It is an immense responsibility that I know you take very seriously. If the school
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, those are the people that are in person. Are we concluding with them and now going online?
Yes, President Stevenson, I just want to clarify something really quick because I couldn't hear that well in the beginning. When we did the cutoff on the Zoom audience, I heard I heard 64 people total for comments. And so we had 46 comment cards in person. So that would be 18 online, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then the 18th person we will end with is actually Michelle Murad. Do you see that on there?
Is she in person?
No, online. These are on
Online.
Zoom.
Yes. Whatever the,
So earlier I gave a number up to 17 only, and it's
yes, we, that's Crystal, Superintendent Leach says, yes. I think it was
Okay.
Michelle. Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Here we
so
go.
people online, I know you've been sitting there a while, get yourself ready. So when we call your name, we'll put you into, what is it called? You'll be able to speak. We'll put you into the panel. So get ready. Laura, name the 3 people.
First, we have Chloe Gentleman Montgomery, Juliet Lee, and Pablo Aguilera.
My name is Chloe Gentile Montgomery. I'm a
Chloe,
teacher.
we can't hear you because there's, what is that called? Feedback?
Anti-Semitic, misinformed, and is breaking policy. These claims could not be farther from the truth. The lesson plan has been taken out of context. I added additional context and nuance to the slides during class, nuance that is missed when slides are sent anonymously without the context of what actually went on in my classroom when the lesson was given. I did not receive any complaints directly from students and parents about the lesson. Instead, they went straight to the principal, superintendent, school board, and began sharing my slides in large groups on social media to call it anti-Semitic. As many have mentioned tonight, they did not come to me. I want to explain my positionality because I've been frustrated with assumptions made about my ancestry. I come from Black, Italian, and Jewish ancestry. I deeply understand intergenerational trauma and harm. I would never create a lesson to intentionally harm any group, and I've taken claims of anti-Semitism very personally. I also can't help but feel like these attacks are at least in part race-based. I'm the only Black credentialed teacher on MA's campus and one of the only people in our history department with an actual ethnic studies degree. Yet my expertise as a young Black.
Thank you. This person.
Hello, I am Juliet Lee of Jewish Voice for Peace. Jewish Voice for Peace is the fastest growing Jewish organization in the US with over 30,000 members in the Bay Area alone. We understand that groups and individuals are asking you to discipline teachers who have developed and provided a lesson supporting students to process and understand the violence taking place in Gaza. One of the accusations is that the lesson plan is anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism is discrimination against, violence toward, or stereotypes of Jews for being Jewish. Israel is a state. Zionism is a political ideology and movement. Judaism is a beautiful religion. The majority of Jews are not Israeli, and not all citizens of Israel are Jewish. Although some students may feel discomfort when Israel or or Zionism are questioned, viewpoints critical of Israel and Zionism are not anti-Semitic. We urge you to reject these false charges of anti-Semitism.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm gonna take a different approach on the DEI approach at this district. So I'm gonna say every educator in this district, including the board of trustees, has taught a lesson or done something that, regardless of intent, has caused harm. Yet we were given the grace to grow from it. English teachers have and are still teaching literature of anti-Blackness, including the book Bus 57 approved by this board last year. History teachers have and are still teaching lessons of anti-Blackness. They're using documents that have the N-word in it. There are even teachers at this district, including MA, that use the N-word at students. Yet these staff members are given the grace to learn and grow and not receive attacks and treatment that Chloe has. In fact, they were supported and advocated for by admins and peers. For those that claim that this is anti-Semitic, I ask, why are we not extending that grace to Chloe when we extend to other people, including other educators that have taught Israel-Palestine? This district keeps mentioning that it is practicing restorative justice, but we forget that it is an indigenous practice of bringing in a community member who might have committed harm to the community back into the community, not expelling them. Why are we doing the opposite with Chloe?
Thank you. Clapping, please. Next three people. Laura, sorry, name the next three people.
Next up is Rosita, then Yvonne Murray, and Ken Rutsky.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosita, and I'm here to defend Ms. Montgomery. She is teaching according to what has also been taught by a white teacher. So to single her out as an educator and as a Black woman is racist. We know that the US history is based on racism. We know that continued history is continued to be taught to our children. We cannot hide our children from the truth. We must teach the truth regardless of how much you think it may hurt. It is the truth. This nation was built on racism. This nation will continue to defend racism if we do not teach the correct truths in our schools. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Murray, and I am a parent. My son is at MA. He is a junior, and he is in Ms. Montgomery's class, as well as he is in the BSU that she is the advisor for. I want to, I support all of the positive comments made about Ms. Montgomery, and I really value her personally as a teacher for my children, because what she teaches is she teaches critical thinking and dialogue, and she teaches all of the things that we are talking about are so important. She teaches my son how to think about these complicated issues and how to explore and think about what he thinks about them. All of our kids can go and find all kinds of things on social media. This is a place where they can grapple with and learn how to think about things. And it is very important life skills that Ms. Montgomery brings to our students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ken Rutsky. I'm a proud Jewish parent of 3 MA Bear graduates and 1 sophomore. This is about accountability and facts. The facts are that the lesson taught by whoever, Ms. Montgomery and whoever else, was riddled with anti-Semitic rhetoric, false narrative, and just plain old lies. We must have accountability in the district to both treating our Jewish students with respect and meaning, and with enforcing the guidelines that were brought to bear on ethnic studies. The Jewish community has been concerned about ethnic studies from the beginning because of this very issue. We demand accountability and we will not be quiet. This is not racism. This has nothing to do with Miss Montgomery's race, and hiding behind that is.
Thank you. Any people?
Next, we have Tatiola Subabmahin, Roz Lev, and Rena Korb.
As a fellow human being, I want our universal community to come together, even in our differences, and I act to promote this. I hope in our diverse school community we can facilitate learning, love, and communication in times of disagreement instead of anger and hostility. I can't speak about the specifics of this case, but I can speak about Miss Montgomery's impact on me. I transferred to Menlo Atherton in 2023. Part of the reason I enthusiastically transferred to the school is because it claimed strength in diversity, a value I align with. However, when I arrived, I noticed the lack of Black teachers and staff members on campus. Attending each class with no Black teachers and being the only Black student in most of my classes, I often feel isolated. Miss Montgomery has been one of the few people on campus who has been pivotal to making my transition here as a student successful. As not only a Black student, but a Black girl on campus, finding someone who I can relate to and rely on has been extremely valuable and rare. With Miss Montgomery, I know I can go to B5 to find comfort, but without her, part of my identity feels overlooked and unprotected at Menlo Atherton due to the lack of any other full-time Black teachers on campus.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, my name is Raz. I'm a member of the community. I want to make it clear that I was completely unaware of the teacher's race, and it's got nothing to do with why I'm here today. I think teachers have a duty and responsibility to teach hard topics. I'm inspired by the students that came here and stood up for their teacher. Having said that, I think teachers also have the duty to teach correct material. I think that intentionally or unintentionally teaching incorrect facts has consequences. Myself and my family and my community are trying to recover from the events of October 7th. We're experiencing a wave of anti-Semitism that's chasing us everywhere we go. And teaching materials like that is exactly what is generating this wave. And this cannot go on. It has to be addressed. If this was a mistake, there's ways to correct it. But it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, yeah, I'm not here to attack the teacher who presented this lesson. I'm here to talk about the lesson itself, which clearly is biased. If you compare the voices that have been chosen to represent each side of the conflict, it's pretty clear. The pro-Palestinians side includes personal narratives, airstrikes that killed Palestinian children, and social media shares of the destruction in Gaza. If the intention was to have students contextualize current events and practice media literacy, why didn't the teacher include stories and images of the dead Israelis in the burned out homes? And for the record, I would not actually want that to happen. But my question is, why are the only pro-Israeli voices coming from speeches given by two male white leaders who are far removed from the events of the war? And to follow that thread, where are the words of the leaders of Hamas who said they would do October 7th again and again? This is bias and we can't have it for our kids.
Next person.
Oh, next we have Jam Gahar, Ella, and Margot.
Hi, it's Jamshid Gajar. I moved my family here 10 years ago. My twins are attending MA next year. My background is I'm Iranian Muslim. And I just want my girls to get a good education and get the facts. When I read the curriculum that's in question, it was not factual. It's historically incorrect. Not factual and very biased. And I just like the board to make sure that when my girls get educated there, they learn the facts and not opinions or somebody's narrative. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Ella, and I am a parent of 3 children in Las Lomitas, La Entrada, and MA. In the last few weeks, there is an increased number of anti-Semitic incidents in our schools. I reviewed the slides, which contain false content, which has links to sources that are Hamas's propaganda. They're offensive and cause hate against Israeli and Jewish people. Being anti-Israeli is being anti-Semitic. As an Israeli, I find these slides offensive, and I do not feel that me and my family are safe in this school district. I would like to ask the board and the school district to ensure that teachers and volunteers won't bring their own political agenda into our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Like Chloe, I'm also a Jewish history teacher. I also am the daughter and granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. I lived in Israel and left a Zionist. It wasn't until college, through my anti-racist work, that I heard Palestinian perspectives and realized that what I was taught in Israel was one-sided. Being critical of Israel should not be equated with anti-Semitism, as the last speaker and many others have, or one-sided. And looking at the lesson plan, no policy has been violated, and I do not see untruths. I see instruction that is speaking about dominant narrative and counter narrative, which is a part of ethnic studies. I believe people critiquing the lesson, even if it might need some adjustments, simply would not be content with anything that shows Israel in a negative light. If some people do not want to acknowledge that Israel is indeed an apartheid state, that is the bias. Open and honest discussion about the Palestine conflict within the context of ethnic studies is crucial for fostering critical thinking.
Thank you. Next person.
Next, we have Liat Dremer, Anna Taub, and Karen Stiller.
Hello, my name is Liat, and I'm a parent of 3 kids in the school district. I'm worried about the ethics studies lessons. Teachers must not bring their own political biases and ideology into the classroom. Teachers must present accurate, balanced, creditable information. It is better to leave the Israel-Palestinian conflict out of the classroom if we can't present it this way. I'm not trying to silence anyone, but it is impossible to share biased one side of the conflict. If this subject is part of ethnic studies, it should cover both the Israeli and the Palestinian side, presenting only facts. These kind of lessons impact our kids' everyday life in school. Our children deserve to be able to learn in a safe, non-hostile, non-discriminatory environment. Thank you for listening.
Okay, next person. Laura, did you name them people?
Yes, on the top,
Anna Taub.
her mic is muted.
Her mic is muted. Anna, you're talking?
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm heartbroken that almost without exception, friends of mine whose children go to Sequoia Union High School District schools have advised their children not to wear their Star of David necklaces, as they're worried that they will be singled out and harassed. I had a parent of a 10-year-old girl at a Hanukkah festival advise her daughter to make sure that she washed off her temporary tattoo of a Jewish star before school because she didn't want her to be a target again. A young girl in your school was screamed at, gas her, kill her. A substitute teacher in one of your school shared an anti-Semitic joke with her class because they asked her to. The list goes on. And it is against this backdrop that these inaccurate and biased lessons were taught in one of your high schools. And now we have teachers, the ones we're supposed to be entrusting a large part of our kids' education to, claiming that the parents who have been working to bring attention to what is going on in our high schools and work for a safe educational environment free from historically inaccurate and biased material are vilified. To put it mildly, this is very disappointing.
Thank you. Next person.
Okay, we lost Karen Stiller and Michelle Morab.
Are those the
So
two?
the last two?
Those are the last two. Let's then give them a couple of minutes to get online so that we can honor their voices. All other hands, please send an email to board@seq.org. What's the names, Laura? Michelle and
Michelle Marab and Karen Stiller.
okay, we're going to give you a couple more seconds to get on. Let's see if you're on. Can you check to see if they're online? Michelle. Okay, Michelle just raised her hand. We can go ahead and go with her. Thank you, Michelle.
So this is actually Michelle's husband, Liron Morad, and I really wanted to raise concern as a future parent of a student in Sequoia High School District that both would have heard today from some teachers who have participated in this public comment period, as well as some of the parents and students who believe that education for our students allows teachers to share anti-Semitic views and views that demonize the state of Israel are legitimate. We should all be concerned that teachers in this district, some of them believe this. And I sincerely hope that this Board of Trustees, as well as the Teachers Union, will reconsider the way that education is presented and decide to present a fair view of the Middle East and to ensure that no demonizing of anyone happens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Laura, please tell me what's the name of the person. I know we have a Isabel that we had on our list and another person.
Karen Stiller was one we lost, and then Isabel and Ofer are the last two.
Isabel and Ofer, you're going to be the last two that speak. Go ahead and let them in. Anyone else that's left, board@seq.org. Send us an email. Thank you.
Isabel,
Ofer, I think you're speaking, but we can't hear you.
Sorry, can I speak now?
Yes, I hear you now. Okay, go ahead.
This is Ofer Kadar. Hi, good evening, board members. And sorry I cannot be with you in person. I'm taking care of my kid. After all, it is a school night. So first of all, I'd like to condemn any form or shape of harassment. My wife is an educator, so I cannot imagine what Mrs. Montgomery is going through. Although I don't know her personally, Miss Montgomery that is, I'm certain that she deserves all the praises she received tonight. However, taking on a hard and raw topic requires not only courage, but also basic things like knowing the facts. The historical context and critical thinking is important as well. AB 101 puts exactly those guardrails on teaching ethnic studies so that each student feels safe and included, and so that no student is singled out. These guardrails have been breached in this case. I call on the Board of Education to provide more specific guidelines and better resources.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ofer only had 50 seconds. I'd like to open it back up to him for 10 more seconds.
I think they granted him the.
Did they grant him the 10 seconds? So sorry, Mr. Ofer. We gave you the minute. Sorry. Thank you for your comments. Next person, last person, Isabel. And all the rest of people, email is board@seq.org. Isabel, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yeah, right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. So we highly appreciate, first of all, the work and the dedication of the teacher, who indeed play an essential role in providing the very foundation of this next generation of students. I'm the proud mother of two daughters who went to Sequoia High School, and we have many friends also at Menlo Atherton. So I'm concerned today, I'm highly concerned when I see that some teachers bring indeed their own political bias and radical ideology into the classroom. teaching controversial topics which include non-verified and biased content and broadly known anti-Semitic trope can only bring division and polarization to the classroom instead of inclusiveness and connecting students. It does create a hostile and discriminatory environment for Jewish students and safety issues for students in and out of school.
Thank you so much, Isabel. All right, y'all, we have gotten through the public comments on non-agendized items. Board members, colleagues, we have the next agenda items are board reports and superintendent comments and ASME and STDA. I think we should maybe take a 2-minute break to let people who want to stay and hear all our comments and reports, or sound like people are leaving.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Let's take a break.
And you might want to remind people that we can't.
We are now into the bulk of our meeting. And we're going to be mindful of the time on each topic. So I'm going to try to let us know how much time is allotted just to kind of respect everybody's time. Sathik might jump in here and there because my back starts hurting. I may have to jump up. So don't think I'm not listening. We're working as a team. So right now, where are we at? We're now done with public comments. Board of Trustees correspondence, there isn't any. Board of Trustee and Superintendent comments and committee reports. So I would like to get started first and then kind of go down the line like this, if that's okay. Last meeting, I have a little letter here just to kind of keep myself on track and be mindful of the time. But the last meeting, I was just turned board president, and I forgot to say anything about being board president. So happened today, it wasn't coordinated that I would have a statement today about being the board president. And so if you just kind of listen to me, I appreciate those who stayed around. As a new president, dear colleagues, as a new president, I have planned to share my vision for leading and facilitating our school board meetings at the last meeting, but did not get a chance. So I will be doing that today. As we move forward this year, I believe in a well-facilitated meetings that build on past presidents' commitments in the area while respecting and inviting well-diverse, wide range of voices at the table and in the room, and trying to find commonality based on the best interests of all students. My priorities is to have timely, responsive, proactive communication and clear communication to our students, staff, and community members at large, so that we tell our story of our school, but also begin to move through our healing process. My priorities is to have authentic engagement that is inclusive of all communities while meeting them where they are for continuous improvement and innovation. Support belonging and respectful and inclusive practices within our board policy, district approaches and strategies, and to be a model of what that means so our students are safe and provided with high quality education, our staff are motivated and excited to work for Sequoia Union High School District, and that for potential parents of students who have chose SUHSD, value us as their first choice. Now, I know I can't do this alone, which is where my colleagues come in. Each of you serve a district area and simultaneously serve all our students across the district. I want to challenge us to think from a multiple perspectives with an approach that supports all students. Being on the board is not about winning for our own interests or district area, but for the interests of all students. It's about valuing our strengths as colleagues and integrating those ideas so we do not leave others behind. It's the power of leading together. Recently, I met a Ravenswood alumni, high school alumni, to learn about their experience as elders from SUHSD. And as you recall, it was one of the first schools closed in the 70s. When one of the alumni asked, how did they continue during some of the most stressful times? And at that time, it was civil rights, Brown versus education, et cetera, et cetera. They said we stayed together. It was us against the world. We were all we had, and we helped each other. So I began to think about our motto, Together We Go. I didn't get the motto, Superintendent Leach, so sorry, but I didn't bust your bubble. I just went along with it until the moment with the alumni. Yes, we have to work to do, and together seeing it in each other's ideas, part of the puzzle will be the key. I plan to continue to support all the sites, as all the sites are important. I hope you join me in seeing us for our strengths as we can serve all students, engage all communities as it's the right thing to do, and to promote inclusive, respectful policy. I believe better working from strength rather than our differences, and I hope you can join me. Thank you for the opportunity to serve in this new capacity, and now I want to share reflections from last meeting. I want to acknowledge the observations from the public from various community members about our reorganization meeting in December, sorry. As you know, board meetings are for the trustees with public viewing. So I believe in sharing publicly, speaking to those observations are important. Although I will not do this at every meeting, nor will I speak to all the feedback about our meetings. But for the observations, I believe it would be important and appropriate. At the last meeting, we had a reorganization. We had 2 motions for 2 different board members to be vice president. 2 board members shared their thoughts about the nomination for VP, and most public meetings, elected officials are not required to share their thinking behind their vote. It's an option and a choice. The way the reorganization vote seemed confusing from those who had a public viewing of the meeting. There were a few comments and some assumptions, including implicit and explicit bias related to how trustees treated and spoke to each other based off age or gender of our trustees. From my seat, that was not my perspective, and I want to make sure I checked in with my colleagues that were named. As a result, the trustees named were provided this reflection and observation, and inquired about whether or not they felt they were being treated differently based off age or gender. After discussing with the individual trustees, that was not how they felt, and they felt they were treated, and noted if they were ever to feel that way, they would inform me as a president so that we can have a discussion as a group. As a result of this feedback, my hope is to update the policy for rotation for reorganization now that we have district elections, and to have an anti-bias training if colleagues agree. Thank you all for listening, and I would like to update that I attended the Mission B training. I'm looking at Dr. Chacon, that is your work. And they did an activity there called I See You. And the first person would say, you go around the room until you meet everybody, and one person would say, I'm here to be seen. And the second person say, I see you, I too am here to be seen. And then the person would go back and say, I see you. It was probably one of the most powerful trainings I had. I took some of the activities and did it at my job. But it was one of the most powerful things. And I always say, work with the folks who want to be worked with first. And you had quite a few, like 20 students at MA show up. I happened to go there. And I think about four or five adults showed up. And then I know that they're going around to each school. So thank you for that training. I think it's the baselines of social and emotional. It really was powerful to see the students talking about what stress looks like, how to work these things out. And so if any of you want to go to the trainer or trainers, it actually is an actual powerful moment. And I know that Parent Adventures is going to have Mission B on their parent webinar. The couple of things, I went to Ravenswood Strategic Plan. It has concluded. And I'm excited that they have completed their plan, and they have a couple of topics that things that they were talking about. But one of the 3 top pillars that they have chosen is I chose to grow my learning every day at grade level and beyond. And so it's some real powerful things because we were involved in so many different ways. I think they also talked to you as well, Superintendent Leach, that we really are trying to get aligned together. So I'm really excited about the relationship you have built with Superintendent Gina Sudaria, but also with the Superintendent Kristen I want to say Gracia, but I think, is that correct? Okay, Gracia. And they have opened up their new middle school, renovated middle school. So there's going to be a lot of innovation there, and I think it will be a great transition to come to Sequoia Union High School. They're even talking about us at them, and they're going to go on to Sequoia. I was like, that's right, they are. So I'm excited about that. I went on the Liberation Walk with Tide, Black Student Union, with their principal and a few other teachers from MA and Bellhaven Action. It was actually pretty powerful to take that walk and sing, and little kids singing their own song. I don't know what songs they were singing, but it wasn't the ones that they were leading with, but something about I love you. But anyhow, I also want to take this time just to slow down. I know Nicole is here. In our community, we have lost literally a giant. Literally, I don't even know how tall he is, but not just giant in size, but giant in heart. Christian Sagria, am I saying that? Subragia. Thank you so much. He's a kind man. He's 19, graduate of East Palo Alto Academy. I'm not going to cry. He was my actual colleague at my job and went home on Friday and passed away. So Nicole, I want to say you raised a good person. Christian founded an organization called Cool Kids at 9. I remember it was like giving parties at first for kids, right? And craft activities. And it grew into this after school and summer school program with a full staff and mental health. I'm like, who does that at 19? And I just want to say his presence was deeply impactful for me the past weekend. And we loved him. So thank you for sharing him with us. May his legacy live on through Cool Line. I know I'm supposed to be talking to my board members, but I thought with Nicole's permission that I'd like to say, speak his name. So now we'll pass it along to Sathik for your committee reports.
And I'd like to start by saying I also did know Christian during my time in the Youth Commission, and he was, you know, nothing but one of the hardest and most genuine people I'd ever met in my entire life. And I could see every single time the passion that he had for his community and how deeply he cared about making sure that the kids of East Palo Alto had a safe space for them to, you know, just simply thrive. And I think his work will continue. And I really think he inspired so many people. And I'm so grateful he was a product of our district. I'd also like to start by thanking President Stevenson for managing the meeting. I'm sure what the public comment session was definitely tough, but I think you did a great job in terms of, you know, keeping it as smooth and orderly as possible. I'd like to say that there definitely is a lot of hurt in our community, and I feel that very deeply, and that no student or teacher should feel harassed or unsafe, and that any forms of racism or anti-Semitism are completely unacceptable in Sequoia Union High School District. And I know we're not perfect, but we do need to consistently strive to try and include everyone and make sure that everyone feels like they have a safe space to learn and thrive. So, you know, as the new year starts, I'm looking forward to working more on some of these issues and goals in order to try to make that more of a reality in our district.
So for myself, I don't have any committee reports for updating. Just Happy New Year and hope people had a restful break. And that's it.
I'm going for my time. I am worried about the length of this board meeting. I always worry at the end of every meeting that we have school staff members that have to be at schools, like at 7:30. And I hope that we can move things along quickly so people can get to bed, because it's actually unhealthy to be working 80 hours a week, staying up late when you have to get up so early. So I hope that we can have the practice of being mindful that our staff needs to get to bed, but we have important business to attend to as well.
So I'll start by saying that tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., Carrie and I are chairing our first Redwood City Together meeting. So we'll get a quick rest and get back to it. I have one comment I want to share tonight. Based on recent conversations with stakeholders And in other things I've heard, I've done some reading and some reflection, and I want to share that. On January 9th of this year, the California Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, issued a legal alert. My understanding is that the alert does not add any new legal requirements, but is a reminder of existing rules and laws. The following are 3 of the points detailed in that alert. Under the California Constitution, as under the U.S. Constitution, local education agency curricular decisions must be based on legitimate pedagogical purposes and not an attempt to prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion. Curriculum must accurately portray the cultural and racial diversity of society. Curriculum must not contain any matter reflecting adversely on persons because of their race, sex, color, national origin, or ancestry. Our district policy, 6142.3, civic education, includes the following. Wherever civic education includes topics that may be controversial due to political beliefs or other influences, instruction shall be presented in a balanced manner that does not promote any particular viewpoint. Students shall not be discriminated against for expressing their views and opinions and shall be encouraged to respect different points of view. Some of our speakers tonight have also mentioned other relevant ed codes and other relevant board policies that provide what I would call guardrails for curricular supplementation. I've heard from several people and have seen firsthand assignments that have reflected adversely on people because of their race or their ancestry. And I've seen assignments that have required adherence to the political beliefs or opinions of the teacher. I believe that the vast majority of assignments in our district are in perfect compliance with the rules and that violations of the legal guardrails for curricular supplementation are not common, yet I know that some have happened. For the benefit of the students and families who have been impacted and for the benefits of all students, I think it is important to acknowledge this issue and to offer support for our superintendent and for our site administrators in their efforts to address it.
Thank you. Trustee Yuryev, I think Trustee Agarwal is not online, correct? Okay, so can you speak for the trustees, student trustees?
Yes, sadly, Trustee Agarwal could not make it, so I will be speaking for the both of us. First of all, the students at Sequoia Union High School District, I wish everyone a Happy New Year. And I know from the students that I've been talking to, and from the Student Advisory Council yesterday, that the students of SUHSD have had a great start to the first semester, or to the second semester, first semester of 2024. So yesterday we actually had our Student Advisory Council meeting for the month of January. And here we discussed a lot of very important issues, both at Sequoia Union High School District and within all of California education, such as chronic absenteeism and drug use on campus. And students at the Student Advisory Council offered their opinions and possibilities for solutions that will be shared both with the board and with Superintendent Leach. We again at the Student Advisory Council had great turnout as always. And it was just great to see diverse representation of almost all demographics and all school sites within the Sequoia Union High School District. Further, I want to address the recent controversies within this district. The students at Sequoia Union High School District, I can say myself, as I've spent 4 years within the district, and I've talked to probably thousands of students within the district during that time, and I can say that almost unanimously, all students completely stand against all types of hate, whether that hate be racism or that hate be anti-Semitism. And the students urge the board to take a firm stance against both of those types of hate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it, I think the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employee asked me. I don't think they're here today, correct? Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Ida Salvador, our Sequoia District Teacher Association President.
Good evening. So I want to remind the board that over the last handful of years, before some of you were here, while others of you have been, I've stood here and told you that it's difficult to be a Jewish educator, a Jewish student in this school district. I asked a few years ago when we had a presentation on one of our equity projects, I shared that it was every day getting scarier, as you heard today, to be Jewish in public. And I asked, understanding the focus of our work at that time, if there was desire to include Jewish students in the work that was being done at that time to talk to students about their experience in the district so that the adults in this district would be aware. It breaks my heart that students feel persecuted on our campuses and feel unsafe. As the mother of Jewish students who have had to be upstanders at age 13 against a school where tweens feel that the Hitler salute, as they call it, and comments praising Hitler are it's their version of pushing boundaries with the N-word, that my students have had to go up and say, this student drew a swastika in front of me, this student did this salute to me, and they've had to put themselves in that position. It breaks my heart that we have students experiencing anything similar in our schools. But I also want to remind you that I've been telling you about this since before any lesson was taught this year. People who spoke tonight made a lot of really good points, and I wrote down one specific quote. Principled people can have principled discussions. People can make mistakes. A slideshow is not a lesson. It must be taken in the context of what happened in the classroom. Intent and impact are different. Both are important. Both should be respected. When errors are made, criticism is vital, and corrections and reteaching is always possible. I heard tonight about students being intimidated and harassed. It's unacceptable and heartbreaking, and the sites must respond to this and take steps to ensure their safety and inclusion in the school community. I've also heard heartbreaking stories of the way some anonymous members of our community have targeted a single educator, making her the focal point of this controversy, ignoring that she too is a human being. I appreciate every speaker tonight who called out this harassment as inappropriate. I've been the recipient of anonymous and not so anonymous attacks from community members who disagreed with my comments during board members. That board did not protect me then. It hurts me that our district has not learned since then how to handle these issues better. Let me be clear. The fact that we are here tonight, having heard over an hour of passionate speakers expressing real pain on both sides of this controversy, is a result of administrative failure. We have policies in place for the processing of complaints that encourage parents and students to bring concerns first to the teacher. This did not happen. Community members with no connection to the class leapfrogged the process by by complaining directly to the principal and members of the board. The administration has failed to protect a teacher from harassment and equally has failed to express to concerned parents that there's been a recognition that the slideshow was flawed and willingness to reteach and redress any harm experienced by students. I have been personally reassured by district management that they support teachers and believe all teachers deserve to be safe and supported to teach hard topics and to learn from their mistakes and correct them. But as you heard tonight, our teachers have not heard that message and do not feel that support. Many speakers tonight called on the board to make a clear statement of support for teachers. But unless teachers can experience, feel, and count on that support, any words will ring hollow. No member of our community, teacher, student, parent, employee, should ever be afraid to come to school, and we must work together in good faith to reach that goal. Thank you.
Right now, I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Nora. I'm going to take a step away. I'm just not feeling good right now.
Yeah, no
Can you do that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think next on the list is the consent agenda. So board action to approve the following items is taken simultaneously, which with one motion, which is not debatable and requires a unanimous roll call vote for passage. The actions indicated on each item is deemed to have considered in full and action taken as worded therein. Only members of the board and the superintendent may remove an item from the consent agenda. Members of the public may provide comments at the start of the consent agenda item, which may convince a board member or the superintendent to remove an item for further discussion. So do we start with public comment on the consent? Yeah, so I don't see any public comments. So does any board member wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? All right. If not,
I
could I
move to
get,
approve the consent agenda.
can I get a
Second?
Okay, so I think we need a roll call vote.
Student trustee Argawat, I'm sorry, student trustee Yuryev,
Yes.
trustee Gen,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
vice president Nori,
Yes.
and president Stevenson.
So she isn't in the room.
stepped out.
So yeah. So that motion passes. Next on our agenda is is it 14, which the information item? So 14.1 is a review of the Everest Charter School first interim financial report for the fiscal year 2023-2024. So who's the, so.
Good evening. Sequoia Union High School District is the chartering authority for Everest Public High School. The district maintains fiscal oversight on the charter's financial. So based on the first interim submission, Everest is able to meet its financial obligation for the current and subsequent years. However, the district has recommended that at second interim, the charter shift the one-time funds from their unrestricted general fund to the restricted budget. The full review is was attached to the board packet. Any questions?
Thank you so much for that. I think it's the first time we've had such detailed information from what I remember on charter school, and so it really helps with our oversight. So thank you for your work.
I told you Miss Gong was better than me.
Oh, so any other board members have any comments? Okay, so the next item is 14.2, which is the review of KIPP Charter School's first interim financial report for the fiscal year 2023-2024.
So KIP is another charter that we have fiscal oversight. And based on their first interim submission, KIP is able to meet its current year financial and the subsequent years. The full review is included in your packet.
Okay, any questions from board members? Okay, so I think we can move on to 14.3, which is the review of Summit Charter Schools' first interim financial report for fiscal year 2023-2024.
So Summit is another school that we have to review their financial statements. And also based on first interim submissions, Summit is able to meet its financial obligation for the current year and subsequent years. This district has recommended that Summit also correct the one-time funds to move it from the unrestricted general fund to the restricted side.
Okay, so if no other board member has comments, I just had one quick question. So in general, would you say that the financial state of all our charter schools are, like, at least in the long term, seem generally healthy?
Based on first interim, yes.
Okay. So with that, I guess next is item 14.4, the Local Control and Accountability Plan Annual Mid-Year Report, and I think I'll turn it over to Bonnie Hanson.
Satvik, I think you're doing a great job. Thank you, everyone, for the reason that clearly everyone came tonight. We have for you an update on the LCAP. The update is for our current year's goals and actions. So that is the school year 23-24. It's a little bit confusing because we've also been talking a lot about the strategic plan and how LCAP 24-25 will be closely aligned with it. So this is kind of a final look at our last set of LCAP goals and actions before we will roll into the new season. There was no required template for it. We used the one recommended by the state, which was attached to the board packet, and you are not required to adopt it. It will also not be a part of the LCAP packet at the end of this year, which is another new change. I am very grateful to the LCAP authors for being here this evening. They will each take turns going over their slides for you. I would ask that you save your questions until the end, please, if you would be so kind. And with no further ado, I give you, I already said all of this. I give you Victoria Dye and goal number 1.
Hello, good evening, Superintendent Leach, trustees, Vice President Nori, Cabinet, the big public audience that I've been waiting for all this time. I'm very, very excited to talk to you about Goal 1 because there is great news in the area of strengthening quality instruction, curriculum and instruction. So I love to talk to you about good news in the area of curriculum instruction. And it's perfect that it's our first goal because it's the real business of what we do in our schools. So looking at our first action, it's around strengthening quality curriculum and instruction. And the whole goal is strengthening quality curriculum and instruction. The first action has to do with curriculum itself, selecting, creating, implementing curriculum materials aligned to the, can you guess? Standards. Yes, you got it. I think you were saying the standards. So what are standards? Standards are learning objectives, right? They're what we want students to be able to know and do to be prepared for careers in college. And so we draw from the ELA literacy standards, the literacy standards for history, social science, and for science and technical subjects, Common Core Math standards, the Next Generation Science standards, and the history, social science standards. And even though some of these standards are over 10 years old now, it's still a really relevant goal because it was such a massive sea change, the advent of the Common Core standards and the Next Generation Science standards, away from lists of facts to memorize towards the skills and knowledge that students would need to be successful in each of those disciplinary areas. So, moving away from a long list of biology facts to memorize to being able to interweave science and engineering practices and content and cross-cutting concepts, for example. It's also important for us to continue a focus on curriculum because it requires ongoing alignment. You've talked a lot about English curriculum this year, you may recall. And teachers, course teams select different source material, but it's still important to make sure that the guiding efforts are around the skills-based goals for learning. And that the content, the texts are the vehicle for that. So that's why we continue to focus on our efforts to align towards curriculum in each of these areas, in each of our content areas. And so of these items that are listed here as updates that we've accomplished so far this year, with much more still to go, I want to highlight the first one because it looks pretty boring, just written on a, no offense, Bonnie, kind of boring background slide deck, but it's really amazing and powerful. On November 29th, all the teachers in the district met in course teams to analyze data from common assessments and to apply their analysis to instruction together in collaboration, led by their amazing department chairs. This is incredibly powerful work that should happen everywhere and doesn't happen everywhere, and happened here in our district this year. So that is incredible. And I was so glad that we were able to hold space for our course teams and our departments to be able to do that. Some took the opportunity to align vertically, some created lessons for spiraling in math. It was really powerful work and created greater adherence to our between curriculum and our learning outcomes. So great work. Similarly, English teams do that twice a year for their common assessments. So this is great. Okay. The second action in the area of curriculum and instruction has to do with professional development. And our professional development is all aligned to evidence-based instructional practices and really honing in on 4 top priorities: student-centered pedagogy, equitable access to standards-aligned rigor, student discourse, strong student discourse, and relationships and belonging in the classroom, creating safer learning environments. So where do we get these priorities? Do we just dream them up? Well, in fact, they're founded in a few places, inform the creation of these priorities. One is our guidance documents. You've heard a lot about the framework. The California Math Framework, for example, was approved this year. Frameworks are the how to the standards what. The frameworks provide guidance to schools and districts and teachers about how to teach to meet learning objectives, for students to be able to meet learning objectives, how to teach the standards. So, there's a California History Social Science framework that goes beyond just these are the standards students need to know, to teaching about, we've got some great history teacher or social science teachers here who can tell you a lot more about it, but the historical thinking skills and et cetera, et cetera. There's a California ELA ELD framework. There's the science framework, and of course the new math framework. So each of those provides guidance for us to shape our professional learning opportunities. And of course, we also stay current on educational research. Did you know that the American Educational Research Association, ERA, was founded in 1916. We have over 100 years of really robust educational research, and there are truths about what makes more effective and less effective instruction. And so that's also what we draw upon. There's research about both how people learn and what makes quality professional learning, and we draw from those as well. So, you can see the robust professional learning opportunities that we have in our district, and it really distinguishes our district that we have such a quantity and quality of professional learning. And we know this because we, of course, gather data about the efficacy of our professional learning based on teacher feedback. We collect quantitative and qualitative research, or excuse me, data after each professional development. And we also seek input from teacher leaders like our subject area councils before and after PDs. So we have our next PD day launching on February 5th. All right, our third action has to do with integrated ELD, and it's a good goal or action to highlight because it allows us to focus on our multilingual learners and the supports that we provide for them and our ever continuing efforts to provide support across the curriculum for multilingual learners as a target population. And it also allows me to talk a little bit about some of the ways that our department iterates in the area of professional learning. For example, we've modified our integrated ELD training to minimize the number of release days and maximize on-site support with public lessons and coaching cycles. We've partnered with sites like Tide to provide all staff PD in this area and to have kind of a multi-part training and support effort. And it is ongoing and a continued focus across the district. And then goal 1.4, action 1.4 has to do with maintaining the practices and additional supports that were part of distance learning, and they have continued and are continuing to support students. So thank you. And next up. Oh, great. And next up, Diana Wilmot will talk to you about goal 2.
Good evening, Superintendent Leach, Board of Trustees, Vice President Norrie, and everyone else, and the crew that's here. So I'm here to talk to you about Goal 2, which focuses on equity, which is been a priority of our district and continues to be a priority of our district, focusing around looking at our structures, our systems, and our policies to help us achieve equity in our instructional, institutional, and employment practices. We had several goals in this area, but the few that we focused on or talked about, first and foremost, was looking at 9th grade course offerings in math by removing the courses that don't allow for A through G, meeting the A through G requirements. That is something that has been sunsetted and has been reviewed on multiple occasions, and we continue to look at our student outcomes in Algebra 1 and beyond, that are for all the students who are in 9th grade math from Algebra 1 up through calculus. But removing that remedial, for lack of a better word, non-credited class, we were able to remove that barrier to help students meet A through G requirements. One of the things I'm really proud of is this year I have shared with you, I'll talk about later, but like the public dashboard, but we also started building an internal dashboard to allow us to aggregate and track A through G progress for each year for each student. So we've been sharing it around slowly and getting feedback as we go. It's a tool that really allows counselors and administrators to flag students in need of credit recovery, look at students who are making progress and those who are done in each of the 7 areas. It allows us to more effectively target students who may be on the cusp of meeting A through G. And it also it's an area of focus that we haven't really been able to track internally as we go necessarily. We've been able to check the box after they graduated, they met it, and they didn't meet it, which you'll see in the dashboard later. But being able to look at a 10th grader and see where they are in the progress of meeting A through G has now been put together in a really packaged way that's working well. In addition, if you remember September 20th, I do very well. We were here till 1 in the morning where we looked at streamlining course offerings, and included in here some of the document that was shared there where we talked about meeting A through G requirements, and one of the focuses around removing barriers for students to help more kids achieve that. So goal 2.2 looks at focusing on diversity and looking at student outcomes. One of the areas actions really focused on was ethnic studies as a graduation requirement for all students currently enrolled except the class of 2024. So this year's seniors don't have as a requirement, but freshmen, sophomores, and juniors have all been part of that program where ethnic studies is required. And we have now also added an English learner a class for English learners who are new to the country and also can learn ethnic studies, a sort of curriculum that's designed with them in mind. And it is a course worth 7.5 credits, 5 of which count towards A through G, and 2.5, which count towards graduation. Well, the 7.5 actually count towards graduation, but my point is that 5 of the 7.5 count for A through G. You're with me? Awesome, awesome. Okay, so action 3 was focused on systematizing our programs for English learners who are transitioning into SUHSD for the first time, and what kind of services we could provide for them. Our number of newcomers has grown exponentially. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens in the next year, politically, what's happening in our country. But what we have seen lately is our newcomer welcome center is very well attended every day. With new students attending, we have, it's in full operation, and we're grateful that we have Lily Quinones as our newcomer welcome center liaison, who can support our families who are coming in and hear their stories and share what their needs are services wise, and work with our staff and our schools to make sure the students get what they need. We also have a Spanish for Native Speakers course that counts for A through G requirements. And there's a study underway to address the needs of students with interrupted education, those who meet the graduation requirements with AB 2121. We do recognize that there are students that are in need of additional supports, and right now students are in multiple school sites, and it can be a challenge to support them with the various requirements. So that is something that we're looking at more deeply. I also worked with our bilingual resource teachers to address the needs of our English learners in a monitoring process. I included the bulletin here, which you're welcome to look at. It is linked. It is about how do we monitor our English learners and our RFEP students, which we are required to do for federal program monitoring. And it is something that we have established a more consistent practice and protocols among our BRTs and our counselors to really engage in how we flag students that might be in need of support. Now, the dashboard that I mentioned earlier, the internal dashboard that not only looks at A through G progress, but also looks at quarterly progress and grades, is a way that we're able to really start digging in more deeply and understanding where students might be struggling. And we are building in, working with the Student Services Department, starting to build in a collaborative process where we can also start adding in interventions that we're using that are part of the MTSS framework to address any academic interventions that are needed for our students. The other thing I wanted to point out here was we've been working with the Stanford Collaborative with our feeder districts around aligning our reclassification efforts, so that we can have a consistent local criteria, so that students who are coming to our district have kind of held to the same set of criteria for becoming reclassified. We worked with Stanford and saw that there were many, many different approaches for reclassifying students. So other than doing the LPAC, other than meeting the requirements on the LPAC, or the English Learner Proficiency Assessment, districts had different local criteria. And when Beth Polito at Las Lomitas, as well as other superintendents got together to kind of agree that if we could be consistent in our local criteria, we could make a difference for students when they transition to Sequoia Union High School District. And in fact, today I was even on the phone or in a Zoom with San Carlos School District, sharing with them how their newly reclassified students did when they came to our school district, looking at their ninth graders, how they're doing in their quarterly progress, and being able to pull up that dashboard and show them right away was super helpful. So that data goal, Rich, that you put in 4 years ago is fully in place. And I'll be coming back up to talk about that later, but I think it speaks to our ability to be more systematic in our approach to looking at students in their programs. The reclassification bulletin is included in here as well. Okay, so this last slide is about addressing pupil outcomes for students with disabilities. Be honest, Ilya Van Laar is the author of this, so I'm going to do my best to try to tell you exactly what's happening in this world. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to relay them to her. The focus was, we do have our articulation meetings with our feeder districts, which occurred earlier this year, and more meetings are scheduled for the spring. We have our SIS specialists attend and participate biweekly in SELPA meetings on both SACE and CalPADS. They're two data systems that really don't necessarily talk to each other, but we're working on it. You know, the state is working on it, and I think it's really important that our SIS specialists are engaged in that. The annual address verification process is in process with the student services team as we transition to online enrollment. And we extended, they have a therapeutic extended school year in place for middle school non-public schools. Placement in progress in collaboration with our feeder districts. We completed professional development on September 11th, and we're following up on February 5th around behavior support training for our current SCIA and paraprofessional staff in order to prevent non-public school placement due to conduct disorder. We're currently running a total of 3 operational satellite classrooms, and there are child find efforts for general education students in place and unilateral residential placements that are in progress with joint collaborative meetings with student services monthly. So thank you for that. Yes. Our English learners with disabilities, those students who are dually classified, are supported. We're really asking our case managers to work collaboratively with our bilingual resources teachers, are specifically around decisions to support reclassification and accommodations on state testing. So getting that collaboration between our English learner department, our special ed department has been really powerful in making sure we meet the needs of our students and their IEPs. And there is more professional development for paras and professionals for those who are assigned one-on-one aides with specific health needs of students and academic supports. And in collaboration with student services and monthly meetings, our special education case managers are working to help identify students who are in need of intervention services using the MTSS framework, which I'm sure you'll hear more about in Goal 3, as well as working to make sure that our teachers and case managers effectively make accommodations and domain exemptions and designate them on appropriate testing and learning environments, as well as the reclassification process. It is an ongoing process. We are working on training over many sessions. I have the fortune of working very closely with folks like Carla Chavez and Kathy Luese on making sure all of our systems and our data is talking to one another, and that our case managers are working tirelessly to make sure everything is where it needs to be. Thank you. I welcome Jarrett Dooley.
Thank you, Superintendent Leach, President Stevenson, trustees of the board. We're going to continue the scintillating presentation into Goal 3 with an update as That was the perfect word. This is scintillating, right? Just our update in goal 3, which as Dr. Wilmot just alluded to, full implementation of multi-tiered system of supports, otherwise known as MTSS across the district. It is a tremendous team effort. As you kind of heard already, some weaving of student services in and out of other goals. We'll hear some more of that, and you'll hear also some updates on what the team is doing, cross collaboration, because MTSS really is cross collaboration. So I'm going to turn over the first couple action items to our MTSS coordinator, Ms. Karashima.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and the public. Okay, so for the first goal area under MTSS Goal 3 is action item 3.1. That is our coordination of practices and expectations. So out of that, we have partially implemented because there's still lots of work to do, and I think that'll be ongoing. But one of our main objectives was to have that MTSS policy bulletin out. Our target is by May 2024. It is drafted, but taking the rounds through different groups of stakeholders and leaders in the district and other providers and other groups. So that is being reviewed still, but hopefully we are ready to go May 2024. Accompanying that is our MTSS toolkit. So there'll be tools for site lead teams to take that and to build out their unique implementation plan at their sites. Accompanying that and provided within that toolkit are data analysis tools that will be useful in those efforts. Our MTSS committee meets quarterly, met a lot more last school year and is kind of cruising this school year and meeting and reviewing all of our policy updates, reviewing practices and pathways that folks are working on, which we'll come to in just a little bit, on different intervention areas, different tiers, whether or not it's targeted or intensive support services. They're working on reviewing those updates during those committee sessions. All of that gets incorporated into our larger framework for MTSS. Professional development on MTSS has been provided to various provider groups in the district. We've worked a ton with our COSA and Hatching Results to develop our MDSS PD series. So that's with our school counselors. The focus area is their work on MTSS. We've done MTSS workshops, smaller group activities with our community liaisons, which is our new Tier 2 attendance group that provide intervention for students that are needing attendance intervention supports. Our mental health social worker group, our school psychologist group. So this is our partnership with Ed Services in the special education department, going across the entire support services spectrum, so to speak, and helping to calibrate some of our practices and our expectations for practices. Our bilingual community liaisons, our individual site intervention teams, depending on where different site intervention teams are at in their process. And then also our hope is that we can carry out district-wide MTSS PD for the entire district, along accompanying that full implementation rollout of the policy bulletin this coming fall 2024. Additionally, we've had some intervention alignment activities in various domains. Like Jarrett was saying, MTSS is multi-domained. So we've done a lot of work with our attendance interventions, our mental health and safety practices, Section 504 practices, child find practices, trauma-informed practices, social emotional learning practices, and restorative practices with some targeted concentration on restorative practices this coming semester and this coming school year, 24-25. The SEL framework has been developed that includes the scope and sequence for social emotional learning. It includes instructional curriculum. It includes all the areas that are incorporated with different guiding bodies like the California Department of Ed, our transformative social emotional learning, looks at CASEL, which is the core competencies in social emotional learning. So it includes all of that and it's incorporated. And our last bullet here is increased staffing in the Student Services Department that directly supports that targeted attendance intervention, building out those Tier 2 targeted interventions and Tier 3 intensive attendance interventions, and also our disability-based support interventions. Okay, 3.2 is taking a look at our efficacy of our intervention and delivery. So not just building out practices, but also monitoring their effectiveness. Are we connecting with our students and what they're needing? And is the delivery consistent across the board? So in order to determine that, we proactively screen. So we use screening tools that help us identify student needs, student trends for their areas of need. We plan appropriate interventions for social, emotional, and health, behavior, and engagement areas. So we use different screening tools for different purposes. One of our big partnerships is with our Ed Services Department on Panorama, which is the social emotional learning survey, which covers all of the different social emotional learning competency areas. We also use the Healthy Kids survey that pulses 9th and 11th graders and multiple social emotional learning areas and mental health. Also, we have developed a comprehensive MTSS data platform with our Panorama partners and are building out some of that work with our Ed Services partners and looking at different platforms to really capture everything that we need to analyze student need and track progress for intervention planning. The district MTSS team is also developing various research-based pathways, so intervention pathways, things like Tier 1, Tier 2 evidence-based practices for culturally responsive social emotional learning curricula and intervention, trauma-informed practices, attendance interventions, restorative response matrix, and executive functioning, which is currently being developed for our Tier 2, Tier 3 areas for executive functioning is multifaceted, so looking at lots of different areas to support our students. And then also we have developed some intensive, so you would call it Tier 3, individualized flexible programming for our students that have identified areas of disabling conditions that they qualify under Section 504. And it's very much based on individual unique needs, but then we look at patterns of needs to support building out programs in the different tiers. Also working on building our 504 handbook, which helps to include all of that together in one spot for our staff. That will be coming out once the federal guidelines are updated. There was a delay. They were supposed to be out, I think, in August or September, but there is a delay. So once that's done, then we will include that and have that out. And then we also have partnerships with agencies to provide a concierge agency linkage service for mental health and substance use treatment services for students and their families and for staff. Okay, and then the third area is our data system. A lot of the work that we're doing is partnering also with our Ed Services Department that I spoke about earlier, but we're looking at leveraging our different partnerships, streamlining as much as we can. And so we have some of our partnerships with Panorama Education and that Student Success MTSS data platform. It includes intersectional metrics, so whole child data, behavioral, academics, attendance, social emotional learning, and that intersection of all of those factors for individual students and groups of students. We partner with our info services group to help build out that streamlining of data tracking to best serve our understanding of students' intervention needs. And we continuously monitor our CSAs, which is our disproportionality. If students are overly represented in special education services, we're asking the why and the how can we change that so that students are getting what they need in real time at different tiers and not just within the special education service realm. And let's see what else is really important. We collaborate quite a bit with our special education department. Diana spoke about that earlier. And we are looking at pre-referral trends, referral trends once students are qualified for IEPs and seeing what supports could have been there in advance of seeking out that route due to our disproportionality and our disproportionality of our BIPOC students and understanding the multi-layered nuances of that. Also, we have an SEL pilot cohort, and those teachers and providers are doing a lot of work with building out that framework that I talked about for social emotional learning and helping us to give lots of real results for our students' progress.
Okay, I get to bring goal 3 home to the finish line. Update on action 3.4, integrating services for unduplicated student groups, which is just a reminder, those unduplicated students, according to LCAP and LCFF, are our English learners, those students eligible for free and reduced lunch, as well as foster youth. So a very significant group of students. This is an action written by coordinators of welfare and attendance, Alvaro Calderon, as well as our coordinator of English learners, Janelle Bugarini, supporting them so that they don't need to be here. Just an update with some information relative to this action item. The couple of the most important things are our training, as well as for identifying families in transition in order to find those students. There's a lot of overlap in the unduplicated students, just based on the subgroups, and providing community resources on an ongoing basis. It's not just one time, through online registration as new families enroll their students with our district, as mentioned in goal 2 with the new online registration process. We have a much better ability to connect those families as identified through their enrollments with community resources like county agencies, food, shelter, transportation needs, vaccination needs. There's a plethora of needs that fall into community resource information, and we are doing a much better job as a district in directly connecting that information as soon as students are enrolling with our district. That used to be more site focused, and kind of move that with our centralized enrollment process, and also coordinated through the Newcomer Center, as you heard about, and other goals as well. Additionally, professional development has occurred in this action item, ongoing as well. I don't think we could ever stand to not continue to learn about our unduplicated student groups. Most specifically on the community resiliency model, which I think we've discussed a number of times for our staff. It's kind of taking off, and it's much more widespread, and I don't have the number of staff that have been trained, but it is much more significant as each year goes on. And then also professional development around community circles, again, through our professional development department and our teams. So one last thing that is not on this slide that we've been brainstorming, as you'll see in an update under 3.5, which is the next slide. We've been working with our attendance intervention team, as Shana alluded to, under the previous actions around MTSS and tiers of intervention, and looking at positive rewards, looking at a recognition system. We've had a lot of dialogue with our attendance intervention team about how can we utilize some of this funding, because a lot of the students that we are supporting with attendance interventions and supports in the tier 2 fall into a significant amount of them fall into our unduplicated student groups. And so we're also looking at, can some of these funds be earmarked for, recognition lunches, collaborating with community agencies, because we have a lot of those community groups that want to support our students, support our schools, and recognize students not just for, really, really, really good attendance, but also improvement in attendance, because that's important. And that's something that we're looking at for the rest of, or the duration of this year. That's not in here. All right, under 3.5, improving student attendance. A lot of this has been discussed through not just this goal, but you've heard a bit of it in other goals. And I just mentioned under 3.4. The significant funding for this action item was to hire 6 full-time bilingual community liaisons, focusing on working with students a lot in our unduplicated student groups, as I just mentioned, and working with them and their families to get them the support that they need to break down the barriers, identify the barriers, break down the barriers to them accessing their education. And as we know, there's a lot that goes into what that sentence I just said. And it a lot of times doesn't have to do with schools. And so there's a lot of connections and a lot of collaboration, not just within student services across our schools, but also cross department as we've been talking about under MTSS. So we have hired those 6 bilingual community liaisons back in May. We were extremely lucky. I'm going to boast on their behalf. We just had a meeting with them this morning. It is a fantastic, phenomenal group of all bilingual staff that you can just tell they're all called to do this work day in and day out. And it's very difficult to schedule an in-person meeting with them because they don't want to be in a meeting with us. They want to be helping kids and families. And I cannot appreciate that sentiment more. And so shout out to those community liaisons that we have. It is a phenomenal team. We have also added in the tier 3 last year, a mental health caseworker who is working with us and that team specifically, kind of leading the charge, if you will. Our coordinator of welfare and attendance and I both run weekly meetings with our team. We talk about a lot, sometimes not really related to, the things that you normally would be talking about around like school setting, but it's a lot of things that we need to support our team so that they can then subsequently support students and families. So that's the team that was added under the second bullet. Before they started working with families and students all the way back in August, Shayna, is it okay to call that like a boot camp, the professional development that Shayna's team and our student services team did with them? It was basically a full week of training and professional development to set baseline understanding and foundational level knowledge. We talked about our attendance monitoring system, attention to attendance, panorama for intervention tracking and logging, best practices around home visits and meeting families where they may be comfortable, the full district's SART and SARB process and the different tiers of interventions. It was a lot. CRIM training, as mentioned on the previous action item. So they have been through like the ringer, if you will, and it's very difficult to retain all that, which is why we thought it was very important to meet in an ongoing basis with them weekly so that we can stay connected. We also then follow up with the similar topics in our administrative vice principals meetings because those are their site contacts that support their work. So these are our staff that are not just assigned to school sites, but they go in and out of and across all of our school communities because as we know, there are students attending, Carmont from MA and vice versa. Our students are everywhere. So what's good for one community liaison is probably good for the rest to hear about because those are our connections to community and site and district resources. And I have data. We love data. We love looking at data. That's what we have been focusing on quite a bit with this team as well. And so just a couple pieces here, and then we'll end action 3.5. Some of the significant pieces in the LCAP are looking at improvement of attendance, obviously, are around chronic absenteeism. Year-over-year analysis, this data was there was a snapshot in December, which this should be nothing new because this was reported very recently in a board update. So you've kind of seen this a little earlier than it's showing up here. So year over year at the same time, so the same amount of weeks in the school year, you can see our chronic absenteeism rate having a percent change of minus 22.9%. Now the raw data shows a drop of about 4+% in chronic absenteeism rates. Ooh, that is significant to say the least. To move the needle in the first semester of attendance with our community liaisons, I'm just gonna say, I was actually surprised, like pleasantly surprised that that is the data for our chronic absenteeism rate. Now, we got to keep doing the work. We got to finish strong, which was part of our conversation with them this morning. Additionally, we also have an excessive excused absence rate, which comes out of chronic absenteeism because we know chronic absenteeism now, in case we forget, it is all absences, more or less all absences. Excessive excused absence rate dropped about the same, 4+% over that same span. And then the last piece of data is attendance conference effectiveness. These are the kind of second in line where our truancy notifications go out, and then the first and second letter go out, and then there's by education code, there's a requirement to conference with students and families about their attendance. These go in as conferences and get noted in our A2A system, and then A2A automatically collects the previous 6 weeks of student attendance, and then the 6 weeks following the conference. And so that's this last piece of data. 6 weeks before conferences this year, average students had eight average days missed per student, the 6 weeks prior to a conference. Then a conference happened, and that data then post-conference, the following 6 weeks, shows about 5 days missed on average. So that is also a significant piece of data that shows conferencing has a high effective rate in reaching students and their families. And so we look forward to sharing a little bit more full year data on the impact of community liaisons on all of our attendance data. More coming, I can guarantee you that. Okay. And up next, goal 4 is Dr. Wilmot again.
Yay, data. Yay, data. This is a very exciting goal for me because it's something we've been working on for a while, to share data with our K-8 partner districts and the community college districts, which I think is an area of growth for us, the community college districts part, although I've been working very closely with Stephen Redmond on some of that work. And I think that I'm going to share the actions with you. So the first one was adopt a data warehouse for shared data with across feeder and community college districts. So we do participate in Data Zone with SMCOE to share our data. We have not utilized them for their analytics. So the county office kind of oversees Data Zone, and I'm not exactly sure where we are in that process. So I will find out more, but I can tell you we share data with them. That's what I can tell you. Where the county is in that process. So we share data with them, and then they're working on a data warehouse that's countywide. But in lieu of that, or like because of that, we decided to come up with our own dashboard that does allow us to meaningfully look at feeder district patterns and look at how our students are doing by partner district, by which I think you've seen the dashboard. It does exist on our SEQ website in the research and evaluation section. But here is the public link here. When I've gone ahead and shared this with many people, they're very impressed with it. They're very excited by it. They really feel that they are able to wrap their heads around understanding the data in a meaningful way. We've started to do some trainings around using this data. This public dashboard is a replacement for the old PDFs that we had before, and there were hundreds of pages of tables that I'm sure you remember fondly. But this is a replacement for that. And what it is interactive and allows you to filter and look at groups of students that we weren't able to do before. So it is meaningful in that way. Still protect student privacy. Any group under 11 is not reported. And this has been, I think, a real big win. We've leveraged this dashboard to then go into the next data analysis dashboard, where we look at dynamic day-to-day actionable information towards graduation, CTE pathways, and meeting A through G requirements. Partially implemented. We keep kind of evolving it, and we've been in front of the head counselors and the counselors and the IVPs, the BRTs, and working on getting out to teachers as well. But it is an area where we can really start looking at course pathways, looking at trajectories of students, and we can look at it by feeder district. And we are starting to share with them. In fact, I was even asked today, could I go and present to the San Carlos School District Board using these data dashboards, because they were so excited to see the data on our dashboard where they could actually look at how their students do when they graduate. So they call them leading indicators, right? These indicators, they can't tell how their students do when they graduate, but now when they leave the K-8 district, but now they can. And so looking at our dashboard, whether it's these monitoring as they go, whether in their 9th grade or looking at their graduates, they're now able to do that. And I'm really proud of that work, and I'm excited that we continue to evolve it. And our hope is that we could start producing some student level reports that we could share with families that are really meaningful and help the students and their families guide their conversations as well. That is a process we are working on. Okay, and this is around articulation. So we did an October 18th articulation meeting with our district and Menlo Park district around asset-based math assessment. Yeah, these districts keep coming at me. So yeah, I went to Menlo Park and I did a training around how to use asset-based math assessments, because as you know, we use the MIRA for students who are transitioning from 8th grade to 9th grade. And now all of our feeder districts are starting to, not all of them, many of the feeder districts are starting to implement something like the MIRA called the mini MIRA, which is 3rd through 8th grade. And so they're starting to look at how we have been evaluating and looking at asset-based math assessments and how to kind of start tracking students from 3rd through 12th grade using similar kinds of assessments. We do have an upcoming articulation meeting on March 5th between the math department chairs and our feeder districts of math teachers that want to come. Many districts want to send many math teachers. So we'll make sure we have a room big enough and enough food. We are looking at MIRA analysis. It is starting to show correlation with grades in the first quarter of math. And we're also starting to look at some of the other data around students who are coming in now that we have 7th grade SBAC math scores for this current 9th grade. It's the first time since we had MIRA with the pandemic that we have duplicate data. So we're starting to look at other data that could help provide indicators of success in 9th grade math. And we're still in the process of examining how Lexile correlates with grades in the first quarter. But I can say with confidence that we have worked to make Lexile a little bit even more available and accessible within our student information system, so teachers can look at the student data. And now that we're doing that, we'll be able to pull it into our dashboard and really look and monitor growth across time using our Lexile. And that's it on goal 4. Goal 5, I introduce Todd Beal.
I guess I can do it this way. I'm trying to figure out what works for my glasses. Well, good evening, everybody. I know it's been a nice long night so far, so I'm not gonna take too long on the HR side, but I will say that I'm actually excited that they're finally adding HR to the LCAP process. Again, the HR side is actually, I'm gonna say this in front of everybody, it's one of the more important departments in the district. We hire people. So we bring the people into our district.
You have to say so yourself, huh?
I do. So, we get it done. Thank you. Wait till it gets to 10 o'clock, then I'm all out. So One thing we did when we looked at our goals originally, as you may be aware, we had an HR audit took place about a little over a year and a half years ago. And it was actually really well done in terms of it allowed us to have a starting point, a baseline, to take a look at human resources and see what needed to be improved. A lot of good things were happening, but as we walk in and have those questions and start asking a bunch of questions and getting maybe not a lot of answers, it allowed us to start getting in there and digging deep into the human resources side of things and what we can do to improve our department, in essence, and improve the district in general. So one of the big things we looked at, are you going to see on here, is hiring effective people and also the recruitment and retention factor. As this is kind of a mid-year look in terms of the LCAP, you'll see that it's partially implemented when we look at recruiting and retaining diverse workforce in all levels. What we provided here between Freedom CL, my Director of Human Resources, we looked at some of the key activities that we're able to provide for this year and what are some ongoing activities that we're doing. The first part of the year, last year, we participated in a couple job fairs. We have one already scheduled for March. We're also waiting for verification from some of our local colleges, since San Jose State, East Bay, and some others on what job fairs they have coming up. Reason why we're looking for those colleges, we're also trying to streamline and see what's more effective when it comes down to job fairs. We did one in Sacramento last year, in Sacramento County Office of Education. It was fun to go, but we don't think necessarily that was a good recruitment area for us. It was so far away. And so we were looking more, as we start doing some data analysis on where our applicants are coming from, we found definitely more of the local areas were better to spend our time and money toward in those areas. We're also finalizing our online recruitment hiring process software through Frontline. This is actually a pretty key goal for us, and to try to ensure that we have consistency across the board in the way we do our recruitment and hiring. What we're also looking, which I'm kind of excited about, and other districts are looking at this, is doing video interviews. While we have the application process itself, is how can we take away some of those barriers for people who want to come to our district that maybe do live in different areas, be someone from Southern California, and being able to not have to necessarily drive up for, say, a teacher interview, if they want to go into a classified interview, things like that. And a fun part about that is there's a way we can do this where we don't have the person's face necessarily. There's ways to identify who this person is, but it's also a way to take away some of the issues that might have to do with race, gender, and other biases that may be out there. So looking at those opportunities. One of the key areas also that we were looking at, what we've been doing, is always going to be our PD. PD departments present it, and you see throughout most of the LCAP has to do professional development. When we look at it, it's definitely a trifold area. We look at our certificated, we look at our classified, and we have to look at our management staff as well. And what we've done with our certificated and our classified and our management is do a survey. You know, what do they find important? What would they like us to present in those areas? And so you could see some of the items that we did present on, and this is in collaboration with ASME for the classified side, and also with our PD department. So I want to thank Vicki Dyer and her department for coordinating with Freedom on the HR side of things. So some of the areas that you see, we have interactive process meetings. We had Shaw and Associates, an outside organization, come and present on those. We have FRISC, which is documentation when it comes down to possible discipline related issues that could eventually lead to termination. Tied in that has to go with investigations. How do we conduct proper investigations at the school sites or the district level? We found out between that FRISC and the investigation was huge, because they do go hand in hand. That way we give more capacity to our sites to be able to feel more comfortable conducting those investigations. Coming up, we have our employee leaves management. In essence, so we have various different leave opportunities for our staff, either through our collective bargaining agreements and also through state laws that are out there. In order to provide our management, here's what we have, here's what they do, so they have a better understanding of that. And we have an HR boot camp that's coming up that we're taking care of on the HR side for funding. I believe we have 11 or 12 management members that will be participating in that. So again, provide their capacity in the human resources side, since they deal a huge part of their jobs also with the staff members. And what we're doing district-wide is de-escalation training. We have 3 PDs for this year, and this includes all staff, classified, management, and certificated. We found this was actually, we got the first one done, and we got a lot of kudos for putting this together and how to work on those difficult situations, difficult conversations, how to de-escalate some of those areas that do come up. What I also want to put in there as well is that we are working with Pablo Aguilera. We have him part of our department now, who's one of our equity, diversity, and inclusion coaches. He's helping us out also with looking at our hiring processes. And you'll see in this next slide, also our EEOP plan. And so as I transition to this slide here, again, looking at lining our policies and procedures for a diverse workforce, which is a key part of what we're doing. As I mentioned before, since this is an ongoing process, we have already done our recruitment and hiring handbook. It's something we're always going to continue looking at and to improve what we're doing. We also have that EEO plan that we had completed. However, with new laws and things that are coming up, we want to include those areas in one section in there. What starts on July 1st is a workforce violence prevention plan. And so what we want to do is take parts of that, add that into our EEO plan so that we're more comprehensive, ensure that we're touching all the key areas in those spots. And last but not least, this is HR side when it comes down to all this recruitment and coordination is actually the fun part about HR. It's not always kicks and giggles. But what we have here when we're looking at collaborating with our partners and looking for different opportunities, again, working with our PD department with Vicki Dye, the opportunity to develop our own. The other part, what we're really excited about is we have a lot of agreements and MOUs with many different universities, not just in the local area, but nationally. So you'll see things in there from like New York University, one of our newer MOUs that we have, because we do have staff members that are getting their degrees online through those universities. And so with us as a district, we want to ensure that we're supporting our staff members best of their ability so they can get that training that's effective for them. And we want to keep them as our employees. So we want to put the money and time in for them. And I think that about does it for me.
Thank you.
I was going to pass us off to Mike for.
No, not yet, Mike. We need to do some work. Y'all, it is 8 minutes to 10. Can we extend, I think, for an hour? I'm looking at Amika. How long is your presentation? Okay. Okay, so you need like 15 minutes? Okay. Okay. Oh, we just need, no, we need to give a deadline. We're trying to get out by 11. I don't know about nobody else. It's a goal. I'm looking at Bonnie. How long is your presentation? Yes. 15 minutes. And then, and then a strategic plan. I'm looking at you. I was like, really? Okay.
Could we do like the time for like 5-minute bathroom break at some point?
Yes, after Mike?
Yes.
Okay. So, we gotta vote. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock, no later than 11?
So moved.
And Rich waved his hand, so it is it. Oh, I'm sorry. Did anybody say no? What's your answer? What's your?
Aye. A second.
Okay, so we all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I slipped out. So let's go, Mike. You're on. We're looking forward to it. We're wide awake for you for goal 6. Go.
So goal 6, the district will support Redwood in its work to increase graduation rates of Redwood students in general and EL students in particular. Next slide. Right, there we go. So we started off with 24 fifth-year seniors this year. So far, 14 have graduated, 2 have enrolled in outside programs, 1 passed away, and 2 of our students have dropped out. The remaining students will graduate this spring. Of our 154 seniors enrolled, 26 have graduated this year, and 85 students are able to graduate this year. The remaining 43 may need a 5th year, and that's depending on the district approval of a 180 credit graduation plan. Redwood will not be requesting a 180 plan for fifth-year students if the 180 plan is approved this year. So our current fifth-year students
Mike, can you speak up just so you say you will not be?
requesting that the current fifth-year students are on the 180 plan. They'll all graduate with 200. So we're conducting a root cause analysis, and it's focused on internal data of the school. Of the 154 students enrolled this year, 60 students are identified as RFEP and 41 are long-term ELs. We're using the following strategies: data collection on student credits when they enter the school. We're tracking senior EL progress. We're doing individual graduation meetings with all seniors, and these include post-secondary planning. We've got a robust focus on attendance this year. We've started doing home visits because we have the community liaison on the team now. And we have internal support classes for students to support them academically. And to support CTE and college pathways, we've moved to block classes for the culinary program. So students are taking two class periods back to back so that they can get the hours they need to be CTE completers. We also have FTE for the building trades instructor, Jim Bender. More than 53% of our students were enrolled in a CTE class during the first semester. And this year we have funding for the college and career specialist who's been meeting with students and ensuring that they complete the FAFSA.
All right, and then you saw the budget updates as we went through the presentation. Are there any questions?
Team, do we have any questions? I know I have two questions, but I want to go with Trustee Ginn.
Oh, I was just wondering if we could take public comment first or.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 'cause
Yes, we
didn't
do
public
need,
comment earlier.
we do need to take public comment. Can you hold off just one moment, please? So if you have your hand raised, I think I'm supposed to read something. Hold on. We are now going to take public comment only on the item that we are discussing. If you speak towards something that is not on the agenda, we will have to cut you off. So we have one in-person comment and 3 online comments. So I'm going to go with Abby first, Abby Corman, on this item, correct? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm commenting tonight about LCAP Goal 5 to retain top talent, create a safe and inclusive climate, build capacity, and increase diversity, and Goal 2.2, focusing on diversity, that explicitly referenced our ethnic studies program. Teacher of color Eva Tang named earlier that teachers need protection. Teachers with marginalized identities are and have been naming for you that this is not a safe and inclusive climate. Tonight, we heard from teachers of color on medical leave and Black staff who named for us that they've already had to leave our district because of a lack of support. A lot of the parents are asking why so many people were here defending Chloe and how this issue connects to anti-Blackness. This issue intricately connects to anti-Blackness because of the school and the district's response to Chloe's lesson, which intentionally or not replicates institutional racism. We heard veteran white male teacher Greg Grudzinski name that he has been teaching similar content for 27 years and not faced backlash. How this situation has been handled, yes, by our community, but more concerningly, by administration in our district, does not create a safe and inclusive climate for teachers. What is the policy for complaints? Who does the parent contact first? Then who? What happens next? Who does the principal contact first when a complaint is made? What does the conversation look like? Is it punitive or to hear perspective and give guidance? How does the board respond when parents call for the firing of teachers at board meetings? This board likes to tout that we made ethnic studies a graduation requirement before it was mandated by California law. We lauded tonight ethnic studies again in our LCAP presentation, but failed to protect teachers when they face backlash for utilizing ethnic studies pedagogy like narrative and counter-narrative. Chloe teaches an ethnic studies class where in the curriculum, she used narrative and counter-narrative. None of us were in the room when this lesson was taught by Chloe, a Jewish teacher who named herself earlier that there was more nuance taught than the community knows about. None of those community members had students in the classroom, and it sounds like none of them understand about narrative and counter-narrative. Should all ethnic studies, history, biology, English teachers be prepared for attacks from the community and SUHSD for teaching our content standards and expect to not be protected privately or publicly, supported by administration? Why didn't the district bring teachers together to discuss what lessons could look like? Instead of letting individual teachers face punitive and disciplinary meetings at 3 different sites in the past month? What could it look like to have a district-wide ethnic studies PD to prepare together to teach controversial content as we move forward as our standards state we need to? Something I heard tonight that we all agree on is that teachers should not be harassed, and we need policies in the future to make sure this doesn't happen. Those are words. What policies, practices, and work will be done to protect and retain teachers? What responsibility does our district have for what happened here tonight and this past month? What will you do about it?
Thank you. We are only taking the next 2 online hands. It will be Chloe Gentile Montgomery and Lon Nguyen. And then we're closing out public comments to go to our board. Let's start with Chloe Gentile Montgomery. Please remember we're talking about the LCAP comments towards that. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees
Having
and
feedback.
Superintendent Leach. My name is Chloe Gentile Montgomery, and I'm here again to speak on LPAC goal number 5. The district will design and implement a highly effective recruitment, development, and retention system to attract and retain top talent, create a safe and inclusive climate, build capacity, and increase diversity. As the only Black teacher at my site who is currently facing tremendous harassment, I feel the district has failed to recruit and retain Black educators. And I apologize in advance if some of this statement feels repetitive, but I promise I will relate it back to the LPAC at the end. The lesson plan I gave in November was originally created for emergent language learners, and I reused it without making adjustments to the slides. I added additional context and nuance during class, nuance that's missed when slides are sent
LCAP 5, please.
in context of what actually went on in my classroom when the lesson was given. It addressed an approved ethnic studies concept, dominant and counter narratives. And again, I didn't receive any complaints directly from any students or parents about the lesson. While the lesson that I gave in November was not perfect, it was not created in bad faith, and I wish any concerns had been brought directly to me so that this could have been cleared up months ago. Instead, I've faced harassment, impacting my mental and physical health. I have lupus, which is a disease of flare-ups and remissions, and those flare-ups are triggered by stress, which obviously I've been under as I've been harassed incessantly since November. I've been on sick leave, and currently I'm on a work leave due to the fact that I don't feel safe at work. I've been called an anti-Semite, a Judophobe, and had to change my email due to the harassment. I'm attending this board meeting via Zoom because I don't feel safe attending in person, and I don't feel protected as an educator by the school district. I'm calling for the district to take a strong stance against harassment and scare tactics and in support of their teachers in direct response to LPAC goal number 5. I can't help but feel like these attacks on me are at least in part race-based. I'm the only credentialed Black teacher on MA's campus and one of the only people in our history department with an actual ethnic studies degree, making me top talent and one of the people that you were highly recruiting just a year ago when you hired me. Yet my expertise as a young Black woman is questioned. This harassment and lack of support from the district tracks with the district's history of pushing out talented, well-respected, and qualified Black educators. My students tonight have spoken to how that has left them feeling unsupported, unrepresented, and unseen by our school district. I hope the district will move in support of educators doing their best to guide their students through a tumultuous political landscape. I'm calling for the district to take a strong stance against harassment and scare tactics and in support of their teachers. Thank you.
La Nguyen, please speak to the LCAP. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm responding to LPAC goal number 5 about retaining top talent and creating a safe and inclusive environment. My name is Lang Wing. I am a teacher at Menlo Atherton High School. I am the child of working class Southeast Asian refugees. I graduated from Northwestern University, ranked number 9 in the country, with a master's from UCLA, the #1 public school in the country, and San Jose State. Oh, it says I'm done talking. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to continue. I am a former ethnic studies professor with Cal State Long Beach, and I am an award-winning filmmaker. Every year, I am lucky to receive social media requests from former students sharing that I've made an impact on their life, and for that, I'm thankful. Many would call me top talent that increases diversity. However, I do not feel safe working at this district. On September 1st, as a student I don't know came into my classroom pretending to be a school shooter. I had to take a month away from the job that I love, and this incident left me mentally scarred with PTSD that I still struggle with today. I also want to speak about the harassment towards my colleague Chloe, which includes anonymous emails calling her names, posters placed on her door, and inappropriate materials placed in her mailbox disguised as a holiday present. I fear that I am next in line for the harassment. I've asked district and site admin what they will do to keep us safe, and there has been no commitment to act. We saw just today at the meeting, Ebony, one of my former students, a child, was harassed by an adult who disagrees with her. This district is not keeping their staff nor their students safe. You cannot retain top talent or diverse talent if you refuse to keep BIPOC educators and students safe. We saw today at the meeting an example in which a BIPOC student was unsafe. Whenever my admin and department chairs introduce me to people, they like to brag about my accomplishments and my passionate commitment on exclusively teaching emerging multilingual learners, a population that has been mentioned multiple times in this LPAC presentation of our focus on a specific student population. I specifically entered this job and took this position with hopes of teaching only emerging multilingual learners, which I have been doing and I'm committed to. However, oftentimes people like to show off this commitment and my work with this population. However, when you show off my commitment without promising and committing to protect me, this is tokenism. I love my students. I love the relationships I built with their families and the community members, and I had plans to stay here a long time and continue building these relationships, but I do not think I can return to this district next year if there's no commitment to keep us safe. I'm calling for the district to issue public statement from board members and the district condemning the harassments of teachers and calling on site admin to do the same. And if you fail to do so, I do not think you can effectively accomplish LPAC goal number 5. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more public comments. Trustee Ginn, can you begin with your comments?
Yes, I can. First, I want to thank everyone for the presentation. I know a lot of time and energy went into it. Something we maybe could discuss for future would be do more board pre-read and maybe shorter time in presentation, leaving more time for Q&A for an overall shorter package. I'd be personally open to doing pre-read for topics like this that have a lot of substance to it. For goal number 1, I was really glad to see PD focusing on classroom instruction. And I had a specific question. You mentioned the priorities of the upcoming Professional Development Day, and you referenced that they came from guidelines. But I was wondering, which people, was it entirely you, or is there a team? Is there a process? What's the process for determining? There's 4 focal areas for the upcoming PD. You named them. You said they referenced from the guidelines. I'm kind of wondering the process from going from guideline to those are the goals that were determined. It was how that worked.
Yeah, they were, when I say the guidelines, I mean like the state frameworks that sort of provide teachers guidance for how to teach the standards. And so they were shaped by a number of community or staff members, instructional coaches, TIPS mentors, administrators, department chairs, all sort of played a part in defining what those instructional priorities look like. We've had several opportunities for those groups to work with them and define them. So for example, something like equitable access to standards aligned rigor means that, again, founded in research and in guidance documents, it means that we have these learning goals that are defined by the standards, and then we have several means to support students to reach them, like differentiation, universal design for learning, standards-based grading is a mechanism for supporting. There are many different mechanisms for achieving the rigorous standards. And that's kind of how that goal is defined. Something like student-centered pedagogy is defined by all the ways that we are increasingly shifting the cognitive load from to students so that they're actively engaged in the learning process, away from the previous pedagogical model that we many times experienced as students, where we were sitting and getting, we were receiving information, teaching by transmission, it might be referred to active learning. And again, that's outlined in all of the guidance documents. All of the frameworks speak to that in some manner, and that's because it's supported in educational research. And then I'll stop
So
there.
my
I'll
question
stop there.
specifically was just like, was it a vote?
No,
Was it like, you mentioned like me, so,
part process.
and so who ultimately picked it?
All of those groups together. So that I
It's a
made.
consensus,
Yes.
and there's like 20 people that were in one room, or is it like a Zoom meeting? I'm just kind of wondering like how it actually happened.
No, it was an evolution over time in many parts with many venues. They've evolved over the last several years. We've maintained these same priorities.
Okay, thank you. My next question about goal 3. And really, it's just a timeline question. We're calling it like we're in implementation. I'm just wondering, I think I've asked a similar question a couple of years ago, kind of, how would you describe what % we're at now? And is there a date at which we will no longer be in implementation, but will have implemented and be using? And kind of what's that timeline? Where are we, and what's your timeline for when you'll no longer be implementing, but will be doing it because it's fully implemented?
Specifically under MTSS?
Yeah, specifically to MTSS, yeah.
That is a tough question to answer. I think as, and you can come in, okay.
We're always updating the goals because it's ever evolving. Attendance is never, well, we're done working on attendance. It's now implemented. It's been, we added the community liaisons, and now we have those supports. So we've increased attendance a little. I don't see it as something that we're going to say, well, let's stop giving these tiers of support. And so MTSS, in the way that it's written and goaled, will be an iterative process where we're always refining it and working with committees to add more interventions in tier 1 and change interventions in tier 1 and do the same for tier 2 and do the same for tier 3. So there's some things that we have put into place and accomplished and technically completed, but it's never going to be so now we put our tiers of support to bed. We're done with tiers of support.
So we'll always be like evolving.
Yes.
And it will be sort of be like 10 years from now, it's still in implementation and you're still evolving? Is that kind of how you think?
Academics are always evolving. Our work with, a social emotional learning, our work with attendance, our work with, collecting student surveys and data and how we're meeting their needs, our work with wellness centers, that continues to evolve. Who are our community partners? So it's hard to say we are now done with the MTSS, because that would imply that tier 1 is fixed, tier 2 is fixed, and tier 3 is fixed. And it's never fixed because we always have different issues and different partners and different ways that we can address student needs. And so it's more of an ever evolving, which is what we typically discuss with the committee. So we will have the if it is of any comfort, our policy bulletin is done. It's in its final draft, and you will see the policy bulletin this May. Everyone will see that. So we're excited about that piece of work. And when we put the policy bulletin out, we're putting it out with the caveat of, here's the policy bulletin. It explains everything we're doing, both on the, academic end, on the attendance end, on the SEL end, with counselors and their lessons in tiers 1, 2, and 3. But we know that because the needs of the district are ever evolving, and because we're trying to make more robust community schools in a sense, we can never just put it to bed and say, this is an absolutely final document.
So it may be that by May, it'll be implemented, and then from there forward, it's a kind of a refinement. And
I would say it's implemented now in the work that we're doing with attendance.
I think it depends.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the action item, which I think that's what will continue to be modified, where then the goal will continue to exist. So then we just modify our actions to continue to evolve based on student need, data, all that good stuff. That makes a little
So we just sort of talked about the rollout, and we had training for the rollout, and we've still kind of been using the term rollout. And at some point, it's implemented, and we're always continuing refining, but it would be just a change of. Okay.
Yes.
Trustee, any more questions?
I do. I have a question about goal 4. The one thing you said that was a work in progress was the community college connection. And I was wondering who needs to do what, and if there's anything trustees can do to help move it along.
Great question. As of right now, the data sharing that happens, I know it does happen with Kenyatta. We share with them our 12th grade data and flow it up, kind of like I used to flow it down to the feeder districts. But we haven't, I think in the sense that the National Student Clearinghouse data that we do have on our public dashboard does look at college enrollment, college graduation, and it does look at our two-year colleges within that, which would be our community colleges. So I think what we would need to do is extract the data a little bit more refined to see which community colleges students are going to, kind of the way that we filter out by partner district. We don't have like by 2-year college. I think the data actually exists in National Student Clearinghouse. So I think I need to do, I could probably look at some more like data sets potentially. Look into it. I think the data's there. I always think the data's there. And if it's not there, I'll figure out a way to find it. But I think that the community colleges, if I were able to build out the various colleges that our students typically go to, which we do see like the top 25 colleges that students go to from Sequoia Union High School District. And so the data does exist. So I think that there is probably a way to build it in. Just hasn't been structured in the past in our dashboard, pulled out by community college. So I think that refinement would need to be in like the next iteration of the public dashboard. Just wasn't in the prior dashboards. Like we had pulled out partner districts in the prior dashboards by school district that existed. And I don't see why we can't do it going forward.
Okay, I think when we talked about that goal originally, had an interest in knowing like how our students did when they got to community college, like how many of them finished, or if other was also possible. And I think that was the biggest in terms of numbers where the most students went was
that data does exist then. So that data is on our public dashboard.
Okay,
But
my main question was you commented it was like that some things needed to happen. So I was just kind of
I was thinking about like more specifically, like how many students, like sharing with Kenyatta specifically, how their students did kind of going from our school district to their district. I guess what I don't have, I think, is what you're asking, maybe what you're asking me is like how students do when they get there, other than enrollment and graduation. That's all I have. I don't have any access to any other data at the community colleges.
But we do have graduate, and that's on our dashboard now.
Yeah, by
How many of
2-year,
them graduated from 2-year?
yes, that is on our dashboard.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And
But
I
it's
just will
just
say,
not
I
refined by like Kenyatta, like each specific community college,
just as a graduate community college.
just like 2-year college. Yeah.
Got it. And then I love that, I'll just say my last comment, is I love that the connection to the feeder districts and getting the dashboards existence more known, because it's kind of hard to find on the website.
He never says love. We're all like shocked. That's so good.
Community
We're all freaking out up here.
Getting to our feeder districts, it's a great thing.
Yeah.
That concludes my comments.
Awesome.
Rich, I'm like, he's not done yet? Hold up. How many questions? And you're talking about MTSS, have Carrie and I rubbed off on you or what? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let's see, any other trustee have questions? Let's think about the time. Anybody has questions? I know I have
I'm
two.
really sorry. I actually have one quick.
Oh, please, go ahead. Jacob.
Extremely quick. Also about goal 3. I'm sorry, I know you guys are already up here. Really quick. So obviously, clearly the data shows that conferences for chronic absenteeism are extremely effective. And my question is, given that efficacy, when exactly are those conferences administered and mandatory? I know you mentioned something about either after the second or third letter. And is that like a hard line? Is it possible to lower that? Obviously, being mindful of the counselor's time and their workload and et cetera. But I'm just thinking about, those students that are maybe right under that are struggling and that aren't addressed because that bar is maybe right above them.
You're hired. You hit everything. Good questions. You hit everything right on point. As the district's overall SARB, as a whole system to address and support interventions and for attendance, the conference is initiated after our second notice of truancy. We have in our documentation 18 period absences results in a first letter. That's more or less tied directly to education code, but we have to modify it per our school schedules, which is very cumbersome to explain, so I'm not going to. Just, we went 1836 is the resulting second letter. So we can do the math and, you're in the 5 to 6-ish days of absences to get a letter to for truancy, which then initiates a conference or can initiate a conference. So that is not set in stone as to when you can do that. But I said you're on point because you have to be very cognizant and aware of the workload that places on staff. And before our community liaisons were dispatched out to the sites, the work was really just falling on, the administrators, attendance clerks, counselor, like just everybody in a kind of wide array. And this new team has allowed us to focus more for concerted and consistent effort across all school sites. And so those conferences are happening, sooner than they were at the beginning of the year. Closer to letter 2 is what I'm saying, to your point, right? To try and find what can be helpful to support those students and sooner so that they, we're going to clean up kind of risking students continuing down the chronic absenteeism path. But it is a very fine balance because those numbers, by the time we are done with the school year, they're in the hundreds. That's a lot of individual conferences to handle. But those conferences are happening, which is great. And we can see in the data that they really do positively impact student attendance. So great question.
Thanks so much. And one last clarifying question. Is the number of absences that per quarter per semester
per year. Yeah, yep, and that's tied to education code as well. Yeah, it doesn't reset.
Thank you. Anytime we're building relationships with families, and conferences are a way to do that. Relationships are the intervention, and the intervention is relationships. So if we're not having relationships, young people don't show up. So those conferences are very important. Thank you for asking the question. Anyone else? Okay, I have two questions. Oh, Amy, so sorry. Amy?
Just one question. Overall, I'm really excited about all the data analytics and, really being data driven when looking at improvements and making decisions. I did have a question on data zone. So if we're not really using their analytics, then what data are we sharing or getting from them? And are other districts then looking at what we're doing, or are they waiting for data zone to come up with something?
So I didn't want to wait for Data Zone to figure out an analytics platform that would work for us. And it wasn't clear to me that all the feeder districts were necessarily like buying into the concept of sharing the data with the county. So, and there hasn't been any communication from the county back to us about where we are in that process. So, we just went ahead and looked at many vendors, including the vendors that had worked with the data zone before. Looked at probably 4 or 5 different vendors that could offer, that could potentially offer the kind of data analytics that we wanted. Schoollytics was the one we chose for various reasons, mostly that they were willing to customize and build out a dashboard that was meaningful to a high school district. All the other vendors I talked to said they wouldn't touch A through G with a 10-foot pole. I said, we're not doing it. It's not in our platform. It's not pre-built. Maybe you can go in the queue and pay to build something out. But Schoollytics was willing to start with me from scratch, help me build that public dashboard off of the PDFs. And they were also like 1/3 of the cost. So I meet with them regularly. It's a small company. The COO is actually on a school board, and from a K-8 district in the Bay Area. So I think she intimately understands the needs of a feeder district data from that perspective. So I think that's been really helpful. And I've just been really impressed with the expertise and the access I have to work with them. Super responsive. And I think that so far the feedback has been very powerful and positive.
Thank you.
You didn't answer the part of the question about what the partner districts were, how they were feeling about it. So I'm going to answer it for you because it was so fun. So Diana did a presentation for the Stanford Sequoia Collaborative where all of our partner districts were there. Crystal was there, Vicky was there, we were there. Were you there? Oh, okay. Janelle was there. Anyways, she did a presentation for them on this platform, and I anticipated that some of them would say, no, we don't want to share data. No, we don't want this to be out there. And to a district, they were really, really excited about it. And I think it was a really nice, first of all, I think it showed how much growth we've had as far as trusting each other over the last several years, but then that Diana was able to give this to them was a really big deal for them, that it was so user-friendly. But I am going to get her a shirt that says no poaching to wear whenever she's presenting to other boards. No poaching.
Okay, thank you for that.
But I imagine Schoollytics will be probably highly sought after as a resource, but.
Thank you. Just 2 more questions and then we're gonna have to move on. I have a couple questions. Did you have questions? I'm sorry. I can't remember what goal number. I'm sorry, I had stepped out in and out, wasn't feeling well, so I'm not quite sure where the goal is. But there were a couple of strategies. Let me take a step back. Thank you for the information. The data piece was so exciting because I know we just said just a little bit of start. And so I think we've gone a more than initiation. So I'm excited about that. And I think it makes the strategic plans that are from our feeder districts a little bit more in line with what we're doing and the building of relationships and really, I know it take 8 years, but we finally have those trusting relationships. So I'm excited about that. So thank you. There are two, I don't know where it is, Bonnie, but okay. Name that goal. You do that. Okay, so you were talking about community liaisons, and they were all bilingual, which I'm excited about. But I know that there are some numbers around African American and Pacific Islanders around attendance. And if they're not bilingual Tongan or understand the community in which they are from, it's hard to engage those populations cross-culturally. And so I'm trying to figure out, I'm also holding some other pieces that are not related to the district that we've been hearing in the community about representation and things of that sort. So how are we reaching out to those individuals? How are they responding? What does that look like? Because we know relationship is the intervention and the intervention is relationship. And if there's not trust there, and some folks, it's the cultural language, not necessarily second language like French or Spanish or whatever, but it's cultural language. It's cultural translation. So tell me how you are addressing, first tell me the data and quickly, and the translation of that and what that looks like.
What data exactly were you looking for? Absenteeism?
What is the absenteeism of looking for those in those population? I know that those are some of our lower numbers. And then how are you addressing that when your liaisons are all bilingual Spanish? So how are they doing the cross-cultural stuff? Because we know from the data that I'm thinking about, from the county, there's been a lot of statements about representation.
Yeah, the data we can break down, like the same snapshot, we can break that down by ethnicity and provide that. I don't want to misquote anything off the top of my head, which I'm pretty sure I got the periods for our letters correct. So we can get that for you. As far as the second part, yes, they are all bilingual. And I mean, as we know, bilingualism comes in variety, native speaker versus, formal training. To really address your second question there, these are individuals that are truly embedding themselves in the school, and not just the school as a facility, but also in the school community. And like I mentioned earlier, also other communities across other schools. One perfect example I can provide is, Menlo Atherton has a thriving Pacific Islander community, as well as, places on campus for those kids to feel safe and student clubs. And our community liaison specifically over there is well aware of that, knows the contacts, communicates with the students. There was never an intention to have our community liaison solely work with students in the unduplicated student group. That is primarily a mechanism to get them hired and trained and, dispatched to the sites. They are there for all students. I didn't directly address that, but it's a good opportunity now to address that. And so they're definitely aware of cultures, how to connect those students, even at a small representation within their site. And we've done some culturally relevant trainings with them to make sure that if those spaces don't exist, we should be having conversations about how to, expand those offerings to try and find those for our students. Because to your point, there's not currently something for everyone. And when we identify that need, we got to try and meet it.
Thank you for that. Just a food for thought. The people who run those programs don't get bilingual pay, that they are sometimes volunteers or advisors to groups. And so there is a level of responsibility being a person feeling like you're representing a community, and you're doing cultural translate. It's not just cultural competency, but it's also a deeper relatability of lived experiences. The reason why I brought this up is because I went to the Boys and Girls Club Youth of the Year, and there was a young man who identifies as African American, but biculturally, Tongan, Pacific Islander, I don't know which island, but Pacific Islander, African American. And he blew me away talking about how schools gave up on him. And he actually ended up in a juvenile detention center, and the Boys and Girls Club went and got him. And then he was able to find his identity and deal with being African American, being bigger, all these kinds of things. And now, you know, he's at Woodside, he's in a school, and he's with the Boys and Girls Club. So there's been some, it's not just I'm here, but really a lived experience. And so I want to be conscientious of that. Because sometimes when there's not a language that we have to speak as a second language skill, that sometimes it's overlooked some of the cultural experiences. And so that's why representation is so important. Even past just BIPOC families, like cultural representation is really important. And so I want to name that because I didn't hear it. And I say that with love. I'm trying to be like Rich. I named that with love. The next thing, I think I'm getting loopy. Anyhow, I also wanted to talk about, Todd, is for you, about HR when Pam Wimberly, am I saying her name right? And what was her buddy's name? Miss Scraves? Scaves? Staves. Thank you. Staves. Thank you. For those who have language issues like me, I have to wash your lips and see what it says. So Miss Staves, those elders sat me down before they left. It was a voluntold, so I sat down and I listened. And they really talked about the decrease of African American staff and bicultural staff and specific staff with kids who have different learning needs in special ed and things of that sort. And one of the things that they shared with me as a parting knowledge to share with others, and this is a perfect time, that we used to recruit, I don't know how long this has been, but we used to go to the HBCUs, we used to go to the, what is it called, Hispanic serving schools, and some of the Asian serving institutes. They're actually deemed Asian and Latino serving or institutes to really recruit individuals and HBCUs to really come to our district and really attract people. And I don't hear any of that.
So the HBC universities, we looked at doing one last year. That event got canceled, which is one reason why we weren't able to go to that one. In terms of looking at Hispanic-centered universities or even Asian-centered universities, we'd have to take a look at the different areas. I mean, that's something we would have to do in HR, look and see what those universities would be. Southern California especially has high Hispanic populations in some of those universities such as USC, UCLA, and areas. We looked at USC last year, and they also looked at it again this year. Very pricey and for us to try to get in there, but at the same time, we looked at analysis of the opportunity for someone who would actually move up here from Southern California to the Bay Area where the pricing is very high, and what that may look like. So we're in essence trying to identify what would be most effective in the recruitment strategies, but we can continue looking at other opportunities.
Yeah, I wonder about that because there are a number of alumni institutes out here, Howard, I'm thinking about some of the Alabama, Tuskegee, and some of the other institutes that Alabama State, which is where my niece graduated from with her education degree. Whoop, whoop. So I know that there are institutes and I know that there are alumni. So I don't want us to pass that over because there are other options to how to bring those individuals out because they were recruit. You can call Miss Pam and ask Miss Staves, because they specifically told me that's what we used to do. And so, and I know San Jose is actually deemed a Hispanic serving institute. So there are some universities around us that are specifically for that. And so I'm moved a lot with knowing some of our students have gone back to school for education, and I don't see it in the plan. So that's disappointing to me. I know you're doing it. I'm sure there's other strategies that are not there, but I am a little disappointed given the number of folks who are leaving the district. And I know we have our Grow Your Own, which I'm very excited about, and it is producing graduates. So just want to put that out there.
We can look further into that.
Okay. Thank you. Questions? All right. It is 10:39, 3-minute break. All right, we'll be back in 3 minutes.
Our number one fan. Okay, so what I did, because in many ways as a dependent charter, we serve in all the same ways as all Sequoia Union High School District. So what I wanted to do is simply highlight the differences. So assume ditto, ditto, ditto with a few caveats. So, and also to distinguish us, I wanted to do the sort of why we do what we do, and then the what you have in front of you in that report we had to do. Thanks to DTS, you have the report in full. Thanks to Christine Gong and many back and forth messages, you have all of the budget information. So again, we're a very small school, and we very deliberately are working with first-gen college-bound, 85% bilingual, and first-gen high school. So as you recall, being so many students as the first in their families to go to high school, it changes how we operate, just by definition. 74% are considered socioeconomic disadvantage, and mirroring what you see in Ravenswood City School District, 45% are housing insecure. So when you enroll in the OIU, it asks about your housing situation. And so, for example, we had a student who, has moved at least 3 times just this school year. We have students who are on time schedules to use the kitchen and the bathroom in a shared apartment. We have a student who's renting a sofa. We have a student who's been in a car right outside the Taco Bell, only moved into, they won't tell us where, how, or what, but we've been told not to worry about them as much, just right before the Christmas break. So, by definition, we need extra to do the work that we do, and we need to think carefully and creatively. And I'm so grateful to people like Jacob who are, how do we get the EPA students? Again, we try, believe me, we try to get them there every single time, but they always have something. And it's no surprise as to what that might be with so many of our students. And yet we still are able to show our added value. So this is an updated slide about the A through G completion rates. So you can see that our students from the EPA zip code continue to graduate A through G ready. This is most recent CASP data from last year. So you can see that our students who graduated from Ravenswood, so we do have this added value in the ELA standard, which obviously below 80% is not beautiful. However, we can see that our students, despite coming very low to us, we work our hearts out, and we were able to show added value last year. Math is something Trustee Koo highlighted, is a struggle for us without a doubt. Again, this does show, however, that our teachers work their heart out and we're able to show added value. What we're so proud of is the persistence our students are having in college. So this is the scholars. So these are students in 2-year college, 4-year college, and trades. And our persistence rate went up as well. So we're very proud of this. But how do you get there is what you saw in front of you, which is, this is the what in what we do every day. Again, they come to us so below, right? These are the kids in college. So this actually does not include the kids who weren't in college when we did this report. So if you can imagine, our college kids came to us 37%, only 37% reading at grade level, only 28% ready, algebra ready. So what do you do with this freshman who comes to you like this? I know Gay and I were joking that we live in 2 different worlds. She's showing me her students who are taking geometry as 8th graders. But we're still one community, as you said earlier, Shanice, as you bravely got us through this evening. So thank you for that. So, as you know, we do things differently, particularly as it relates to support. Our advisory program is expensive, but it does allow us to meet the standards, the ASCA standards. They're driven by the American School Counselor Association standards. That is the curriculum we use for advisory. The wraparound services, and which brings us to our goals. The first one is around our hiring. These are the actions, and you can see that everything is fully implemented with the exception of professional development, because as Standard 1.5 was written, we had to make some significant budget cuts. Again, a question to you, Trustee Koo, related to lower enrollment. We had, as you know, challenges with open enrollment that we're continuing to move through. So because of the lower enrollment and because of the sunsetting of the COVID funds, has all resulted in an 800K budget cut last year. So from our 5.8 budget, we cut, I think, 800K roughly. I'm sure Christine has the exact numbers. And so that's why we no longer do the pre-PD that we put in our plan, because we just can't afford it. Because we do aspire to pay our teachers such great salaries, it costs us 50K to do the pre-PD that we used to do, because you have to pay for the teachers hourly. So we cut that from our work. We do nonetheless still do all the PD that others do. It's just we no longer do the pre-PD days. In other words, days before the contract starts. We don't do that anymore. As far as goal number 2, you can see that most are fully implemented, partially implemented. AmeriCorps ceases to exist for us as partners. They just folded, the one that we used to work with, but we did instead use our IAs. So it's similar added value, just not as affordable as AmeriCorps. And then we also, unfortunately, because of the lower enrollment, we don't have as many FTEs to commit to the intervention we used to do. So we used to have ELA intervention, we used to have math intervention. We had to sacrifice that. And then the graduate profile and equitable grading work is something that we aspire to, and a lot of folks are doing, just not everyone. And then what we definitely don't have happening anymore are expensive consultants, period. The one consultant we still work for, I just have to present at different things for her, and she still does our dashboard and our data work. I just have to make sure I do some presentations and continue to help her push her product. English language learners, that is something we actually did not want to sacrifice, so we did continue to staff for the ELD teacher and to give her a prep, because that just is something we can't afford to cut. The partially implemented is the level of intervention, so we don't have the same number of FTEs that we were hoping to dedicate to this work, so we increased it by 0.2, which is a 26K savings for us. And then the ELD standards and constructing meaning, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the work that Vicki and her team does for the constructing meaning, and we slowly are trying to get back. We used to have 75% of our staff trained, but with some turnover, we are now back to about 50%. So we want to continue to do that work. But there's nothing that is on the plan that's not being implemented at all. Goal number 4 about community engagement. Again, most everything is fully implemented. The things that are partial is just more about things that are still in the works, that haven't completed yet this year, but we have going on. And save the date, the 2nd week of May, if you would like to be a judge for our exhibitions of learning. Our graduate profile is introducing collaboration and positive impact this year for grades 11 and 12, which will be super inspiring to see the kids share about. And then last but not least, this is our post-secondary work that I shared some slides with you already. And to this point, the areas that are only partially, because just, I don't need to go into details about fully implemented. You heard my colleagues speak very much about similar things that we do, is the work around the college visits. We still want to make sure we're renting, because our rental income is what pays for our college visits. So we just want to see if we have enough. So we haven't committed to it fully yet. We're trying to do a discounted version this year. And then credit recovery, same thing. We're just working through it, getting there. And then summer school and summer bridge, it was through a grant through the county. I wonder if Sequoia has the same grant. So we're just waiting to see if we have those funds to pay for a robust summer program this summer, because the COVID funds are sunsetting that used to pay for that. And then the college and career specialist, she's still making her way through her year. So that's still partially, but definitely in effect. So in general, this is the why. These are our beautiful, beautiful students graduating and going on to making us proud. And persisting in ways that counter all of the data out there that talks about what our kids are supposed to be able to do. So those are our beautiful Bulldogs. And thank you. Muchas gracias. Mahalo. And then if you wanted more access to some of the stuff I have here in the appendix.
Thank you. What did you say 2nd of May is what?
The exhibition of learning, defensive learning that we do, where we have the students show you a body of their work for the year and explain why they, based on our graduate profile competencies, which you have up here on the screen, can show that they are ready to go on to the next grade. And so if they don't pass their exhibition, they do an extra summer school.
Okay.
And they have to complete it.
Thank you for explaining.
Yep.
Let's go to public comment. Let's take a couple of seconds. Looks like there's no public comments. Turning it over to my colleagues, starting with trustee Ginn.
Thank you. One question. I'm just curious if there's any observation you have of the recruiting environment, what it's like recruiting for students, and if there's been changes or anything that you want to share. Because I know just in general, I think there's less students in the whole region, and just wondering what recruiting's been like, if there's any anecdotes or because you've been recruiting there for a number of years. Is there anything that's different?
It's back to what we've talked about before. It's just eliminating the barriers for the online enrollment work. That's probably been the biggest, is the wonderful team out there that's been doing that hands-on. So the recruitment itself seems to be steady as it's been every year. It's just once they log in and doing that process, they have to get it done. That's been more of so for example, last year, 17% of the Ravenswood kids applied to our school. Normally we get 30 to 40%. And that's that thing that we need to fix, which I know the team is working on and we've been working on. So that's been the biggest thing that we need to figure out. So the recruitment itself seems as similar as every year for us so far. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other colleagues? Trustee?
I have a quick question, sorry. Nothing about what you presented, but I just saw, no, in terms of, I just saw that, we didn't, the slideshow, at least if I'm not mistaken, wasn't on the, agenda. So I was wondering if it was possible for us to get access to that.
Let me check. He said the PowerPoint wasn't on the agenda? Oh, it's not online. She says she'll put it up there. Thank you.
Yeah, Laura has it and Josue have it.
Okay, thank you for noting that. Laura, you noted that? All right.
Yes, we received it today.
Okay, so you'll update it so people can have it online.
I'm gonna put it in now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. You have a good evening. All right, next agenda item. It is now 10:57. And we're, huh? Oh, that's wrong. 10:55. We gained 2 minutes. We have the presentation for the California dashboard. Please be mindful of time. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
good almost morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board, cabinet, SDTA, and Abby. Before you now is the California State Dashboard presentation for our results from last year. In short, there's some really good news and there are plenty of areas for improvement. So the way that I would ask that you listen and watch this presentation from Dr. Wilmot is, remember that the state dashboard, the LCAP, is supposed to be the strategic plan for dashboard results. So as Dr. Wilmot is going through these slides, they're asking us here to have maintenance goals. So what's working in your district that you want to keep? And then what does your dashboard data say are your greatest areas for improvement? So with no further ado, Diana.
Good evening. President Shawnice Stevenson, Vice President Nori, and the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Leach. Here to present to you tonight the California School Dashboard for SUHSD. And we did this also last year on January 18th. So this is an annual thing. Last year, however, there wasn't prior year data. So the dashboard's a little different this year than last year. Last year was just sort of a status cell phone bar, kind of like very low, low, medium, high, very high. And they came up with a series of algorithms to determine who would go into differentiated assistance or what kind of accountability was associated with that. This year, they look at change over time from last year to this year. So just kind of keep that in mind. I'm going to do my best to try to share the results with you without going into too many details about any formulas. Okay, so I'm just going to try to I hyperlinked some of them so that in case you're curious about how they calculate it. So first off, there are 8 state priorities. We're really focusing today on the ones that are high school specific. So some of these don't play in to our dashboard. For example, chronic absenteeism, while we are interested in it and we measure it, it is not part of the California dashboard for high school districts. So it's not an accountability measure for us. As well as some of these other things kind of get compiled into various ways to look at college and career readiness, for example. And our school climate is going to be measured by suspension rate. And the objective measures that they use in their reports. I do want to acknowledge, and I think Bonnie mentioned this in the past, there is a few areas that are local priorities that we missed the deadline for to report, and we're working to fix that and get that in line, but know that they are all would be standard met, just as they have been every year. We just unfortunately missed the deadline, and we've been trying to fix it and rectify that. So that includes, you know, the notice of course access and a broad course of study. It's standard met. So we report on that every year. So the big ticket items are starting with academic performance is measured in 4 areas. I'm going to start with first CASP, English Language Arts. So I put in both the district as well as the state of California because the point of the dashboard is to have some point of comparison. You could see that our students are in the green and the state of California is in the orange. Our students, they don't report it as like percent meeting proficiency in the dashboard. It's a very complicated formula that looks at last year's results and this year's results and takes into account participation rate. So if we don't meet participation rate in a subgroup, so if you look at actually the 5 red subgroups here, you can pull up the participation rate. And I do want to say I did update this slide deck a little bit since you had it to make sure you had all this information and some of the numbers that we wanted in there. So that's coming. But the participation rate, it needs to be 95%. And when we don't hit 95%, any student that we need to make that 95% gets assigned the lowest attainable scale score. And that gets averaged in. So while some of our students in the red are typically, if you look at the participation rate, none of them met 95%. So one area I do think would be helpful for us to do is to make sure we hit 95% participation rate in every subgroup, that in order to ensure that we have the possibility of looking at data that is reflective of the most effective data. But I think that at the end of the day, the performance of students in those categories is reflected there. They tend to be in the over 80% participation rate, or 85 or 80. You know, it's not egregious. It's not 60%. It's not 70%. It's well over 80%. And there's small numbers of students in those groups. So if out of like 46 Pacific Islanders, for example, if 4 kids miss it, you're already below 90%, right? So I just want to acknowledge that those subgroups, especially being small, as long as they're more than 30 students, it counts, and they will get docked for not meeting the 95%. Okay, math, we were in yellow. The state was in orange. Both us and the state are below standard. I think one thing to note here is, and we've kind of brought this up before in terms of like the number of students we have in the red and orange versus the blue. So that is that equity gap, you know, we tend to see, and it plays out for sure in our district. As a state, it looks like things tended towards yellow, orange, and red overall, right? There are more groups in those yellow, orange, and red categories. So we do outperform the state, but we still have many groups that fall in those lower categories like the state. And it is an area for us to work on. And mindful, this is just 11th grade. It's 1 day of testing. It's important, but it's not everything, which is why the state also looks at English learner progress, and it also looks at college and career. So English learner progress, we're at 38% making progress. The state is at 48.7%. This is the only area of all the progress indicators in the entire dashboard where we underperform the state. So it is definitely an area for us to look at. It continues to be an area of need for us to look at our efforts in terms of having students take the LPAC to demonstrate proficiency. We are looking at a slight decline from last year, whereas the state maintained with a minus 1.6. There are 926 students included in this measure, which means there are students that took it 2 years in a row. We have typically 1,200 students, roughly, of EL students in the district. But they're looking at the ones who are here 2 years in a row. College and career, 62.3% of our students were considered to be prepared for college and career. That's not far off from when we look at our A through G completion. There are many other factors in this beyond A through G, including career pathways, including the state seal of biliteracy. And again, it's a kind of more complicated measure that the state puts together. But also take note that this year it's just status, because last year they didn't report it. Next year, we'll have the dial back to look at last year versus this year. So that'll be something for us to consider. There was nobody in the very low category for us, neither for the state. And we had 4 in the very high category, and the state only had 1. So we are definitely trending higher than the state, and it's something we can look at some more. But I do think this is an area of where we have shown progress. Academic engagement is the state looks at in terms of graduation specifically. And that is the only measure in this category for high school districts. This is where K-8 districts also look at chronic absenteeism, but we're not held to it by the state of California. I just wanted to point out here that when we did our LCAP in 2019, our baseline for graduation was 86.7%. And we set a goal to hit 92% by 2024, the class of 24. Our goal for the class of 2023 was 91%, and we did meet that goal. So again, that is something to celebrate. Again, there's no students in the red category here. We've seen growth among some of the subgroups here, and we do trend towards students in the higher area with 4 subgroups in the green and 3 in the blue. And we will look more deeply into the numbers on the last slide for you to get a sense of what this looks like. The state went down by 1%, but you could see they have 86% graduating. So we've kept going up, at least 4 percentage points, roughly, in the last 4 years, 3 years. Suspension rate is what the state looks at for conditions and climate. And this looks at, we're in the green, the state's in the orange. But you'll notice there are 2 subgroups in the red. One of the groups was African American students, and the other was Pacific Islanders, and we'll share that later, where there was a change there. And I think that is something we'll look at more deeply. And I know something that Student Services is also looking at in terms of looking at suspension rates and work we need to do there. When you look at the subgroup report, this is by colors. So there are a couple things I highlighted in green and a couple things I highlighted in red, or one thing I highlighted in red. The one thing I highlighted in red, which is what the state is looking at, is if there is a subgroup that was red in at least 2 categories, i.e. suspension rate and academic progress, ELA and math, it will potentially, will get noticed, but generate a notice for differentiated assistance. We've been noticed.
Say it again, Bonnie. We've been noticed.
Sorry. we have been notified by the county that we're going
Oh,
into
okay.
differentiated assistance because of our Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander subgroup, which was red in suspension rate and red in English language arts and math. And so because they missed it in 2 areas, we will be going into differentiated assistance. Last year, we went into differentiated assistance for African-American students because we missed it in 2 categories. This year, we only missed it in 1, the suspension rate category. So we came out of it for African-American students. And also for English learners, where we missed it for graduation rate. And notice we're in the yellow now for graduation rate for English learners. And we had missed it for English language arts and math, where we still are in the red. I did highlight the graduation rate in the college and career because across the entire graduation rate, there is no subgroup in which there is a red line. There are, you can see overall we're green, and even the socioeconomically disadvantaged students are in the green, and the students with disabilities are in the green. Our African-American students in the green, our Hispanic students in the green. This is really positive signs of subgroups that are making progress towards graduation. Our the two groups in orange were homeless and Pacific Islander, and English learners were yellow. But again, that was a positive upswing from the prior year. And college and career, there's nobody in the very low category, which we had last year. So Rich asked me for numbers, and I totally appreciate it, and I threw in the numbers. Not to belabor it, but basically I color-coded it according to the last slide. But you can see, if you look at the Pacific Islanders, for example, when we're talking about suspension rate for Pacific Islanders, there were 16 out of 152 Pacific Islander, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander students that were suspended. And that group that's one area that they missed, and that prompted a red. And then the other 2 were the performance in English language arts and math. What I put in here was the participation rate, again, because the state doesn't really report percent proficient, but I did share on another slide what that looks like in terms of what the actual performance was on English language arts and math. That it's a complicated distance from standard algorithm that is just like really not something we wanted to be discussing at midnight. So, or maybe ever. So I'm going to move on from that. So as we mentioned earlier, last year we were identified for EL and African-American students. Both subgroups moved out of differentiated assistance this year. This year, if one of the subgroups across 2 of the categories is in the red, we will be in differentiated assistance. And so here it is. The Pacific Islanders, they're red in suspension rate, like I mentioned, 16 out of 152 students. We're red in ELA and math. And I just wanted to note that, so out of 43 students who had scores in ELA, 39 took the test, which means that 2 of those students who didn't take the test were assigned the lowest attainable skill score. And those 2 scores were averaged in to the students who did. And that does not help our cause. And so we do our best to try to track down students and make sure they show up for the testing. But, I know that there's even more efforts will be underway this year to have more students do that. Math, you can see similar, 37 out of 44. It's only 2 less students, but it's all the way down to 84%, right? It's because the number's so small. So again, we need to really get up to like probably 42 kids in order to meet that 95%. I did pull the data to look at who met, like what the percentage of students who met or exceeded standard on ELA and math, just so we had some context, knowing that it isn't just participation rate that put them in the red, but probably the scores in ELA, 38.5% of them met or exceeded standard in ELA, and 10.8% met or exceeded standard in math. And so I just wanted to have that context there. That is both performance and participation rate that impacts that red. And it's also compared to 2022, which I didn't include because it's complicated. So highlights: graduation rates meeting the LCAP goals, and we're showing signs of continuous improvement in all subgroups. College and career outcomes appear to be high overall. We are also showing area of growth for SUHSD in terms of students meeting A through G requirements and/or CTE coursework and the state seal of biliteracy. We anticipate continuing to see growth in that area as we continue to have it a goal in our LCAP, and something we are now able to measure throughout the year, every year for students on our data dashboard. There does continue to be concern around equity where students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learners, and or BIPOC, not demonstrating the same outcomes as students who are white or Asian, 2 or more races, or Filipino. There's that equity gap that I mentioned in terms of looking at students in the red and students in the green and blue. Our district outperforms the state overall in every single category measured by the California dashboard except English learner progress. And there's work to be done ensuring that more of our students take and perform to the best of their ability on the CASP so we can improve performance on these junior year state indicators. So these will key areas that we will focus on for the 24-25 LCAP and the strategic plan going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me get to my Zoom. We are now 11:15. Let me get to my Zoom, sorry. Do we have any questions in the audience? It has decreased the number of people who are here. Do any of you all, a couple of seconds to raise your hand if you have any questions? All right, I'm going to go to my colleagues. So I think I'm
Just
going
one
to start
comment.
with you since you've been quiet.
Yeah, sorry about that. I started to feel a little unwell too. But quick question I kind of had was, what kind of struck out to me when we looked at this is it seems that like the high performance of, in theory at least, our white and Asian students seems to mask the performance of some of our other subgroups, because the extent to which we're ahead of the state in some of these categories seems to solely be due to the fact that our white and Asian students are performing so highly, which at least kind of indicates to me that if we were just comparing some of our other subgroups of students, whether it be Pacific Islanders, Hispanic students, that they would probably be doing then worse than the state average for those subgroups. So I wondered if you had any like thoughts about like why that might be the case, if we like identified or isolated some of these groups, like why do we think they're performing worse than the state average?
I need to look through all the slides to verify what you just said. I agree that our white and our Asian students are far outperforming a lot of our subgroups, and that is our major area for growth. But I'm not sure how it compares to the state. I've got to look through all those slides to confirm that. Why do I think that? So your question is,
Or what
your question is premised on that we are not doing as well as the state in those other categories. And I just need to spend some time looking at it before I can answer that. If I can get back to you, that'd be great. Thank you.
Did you have another question?
No, I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go down the, excuse me. Amy, you have any questions?
Sure, my question was very similar to Trustee Nori's, so.
Thank you so much. Trustee Dubois. Your brain's too late, so no questions for you right now? Rich is looking like he has several questions. Looking all happy.
Just one comment. Thanks for the number slide. I think it makes it a lot more readable to see the numbers and just the colors. So
Crystal said, do you love it?
I love
Great.
Great.
You just need to answer that question. Jacob, I have questions. So I apologize. I've been in and out, just feeling a little not so great. So it's not you all. So I may be asking questions that you already answered. When I look at these numbers, it's the breaking down of the subgroups. So I'm glad we're above the state guidelines, of what the state is doing, which means we're doing something. We're moving in the right direction. But then when I look at the student subgroups, of course, I know that what is it called? Differentiated assistance. It has ups and flows. So you get out of it, you go somewhere else. Like it's kind of like whack-a-mole. You just keep moving, right? Because kids change over time. We don't always have the same students. We have a very short time with students. But when I'm looking at some of our population, specifically our Pacific Islander, when I look at African Americans and the high suspension rates, And I know we can only suspend for certain reasons, so I know that it's by Code of Ed specifically, so we're not willy-nilly suspending people. But then when I think about the LCAP, and no one needs to speak to that, to me, the supports don't seem to be matching, to me as much. And excuse me, I'm going to send you all some community health information when you think about social determinants of health, and the impacts long-term on a child's health, whether it's financial wellness, whether it's financial upward mobility, those kinds of things, or diabetes and long-term health. There are populations that are being mirrored here that I think our county could also help us with. And they have been doing a lot of, excuse me, some community forums around this. And there are some populations that are more impacted by, for example, racism or food insecurity or whatever, right? And so if you match those populations, it looks like it needs to be a cross-system approach. And so I'm wondering if some of the strategies that we are using are maybe need to be a little bit more community-based with some strategies at school. But I'm not for sure if we own it alone, which is why I've been asking about with Todd about representation, not representation just because I just want people, but representation just because we have to think about how do we actually move the needle for some of our folks, and that those systems are in place where the other folks who come behind them aren't put into those categories, that they're automatically put into support starting like freshman and sophomore year. So by the time they get to junior and senior year. And so I probably should ask a more inquisitive conversation. And so it's because it's late and I'm not asking you guys to do a lot of comments. I am going to refer the community health report that they sent. It's really actually really good. And it looks at different populations and kind of like the holistic health, and academics is one of them. Because I'm a little concerned and disappointed that some of the services don't match the needs, I think. But, you know, Bonnie, it's late at night and I might be saying some stuff that's off guard. So please
No,
don't be
no,
feel
I mean,
disrespected.
what's my opinion? I just wanted to comment that I think that what you said about our LCAP not currently matching our greatest areas of needs is totally true.
Okay.
Which is why we're doing a strategic plan, because then we can look at things like our English learners are the one group at our school that didn't meet that was lower than the state average, right? On one of these indicators. So then when we look at actions, instead of having so many goals that are so broad that we end up with one action for all subgroups are just very, very diluted, then we can do things like what are the different actions, including things like staff training, teacher retention, the student services pieces of them that you're speaking to, and really drill down on a few of these areas in subgroups where we are not doing a good job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all the work that you all are doing, and my hope is that we can get some community-based answers to some of the needs, because I do think suspension rates are often also about feeling safe on campus. And so, you know, I don't want to get too clinical, but I think we need to think about it holistically of what that means. The kids who are being suspended may also be a part of some of these other groups. And so it may be impacting numbers, which means not necessarily we're not having big, like we keep the avids and stuff like that, but we may need a couple of small strategies to really target those groups a little bit more. That's more district-wide. And I'm trying to think of, like, a good example is Palo Alto Unified School District, that all their, I think they're called family engagement coaches or something like that. And they're all at the district office. So they're not site-based. And you call when, you know, you put kids a part of the coaching, and they do a lot of intensive work with them. And so they go to IEPs, they go do home visits, they do a lot of coaching, and they meet deeply with families. So I think there's some, not saying we need to do that. I'm just giving an example because sometimes I'm visionary. So thank you all for the report. Thank you for the information. This gives us a lot to think about. Any other comments before I close this out? Thank you. All right, let me find my agenda. Oops. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Your report was great. We are now 11:24.
Zoom will end at midnight.
Well, no, we're gonna be done before midnight. We have the strategic plan update. Crystal Leach.
Okay, sorry about that. Did anyone read this? How small is this? Yes. So, just a high level summary. I believe at the last December meeting, I had made an announcement that we would be continuing the community engagement, into, the early part of 2024. And so I wanted to provide a little bit more information on what that would look like. We actually had a community feedback engagement night scheduled for tomorrow in East Palo Alto at Live in Peace. However, there were some other pretty large events going on in the community at the same time. And so we want to make sure that we're able to recruit as many of our current families and our future families, especially in that area to come. So I made the decision to reschedule that. So I am also working with Superintendent of Ravenswood to reschedule and have some different opportunities. So we are working with Performance Fact on what date that will be. We do have 2 dates currently scheduled. My apologies for announcing them right now. My screen is too small. I'm not able to read them. March 11th and 12th. Okay, my memory is there. My eyes may not be, but my memory is there. seq.org/strategic plan, and you will be able to find more information. So March 11th is a virtual event. Come one, come all. And then March 12th will be in person in this room. And so Performance Fact will be facilitating. They will be guiding through a facilitated process. So we will have a fairly hefty campaign to try to recruit for that. We also have the survey that has gone live, and that is open until February 9th. And we are pushing that out via several different avenues and also pushing that into our feeders as well. So we have a lot of things up and coming. Thank you to Trustee Koo and Trustee Stevenson for helping with the design of some of those survey questions. And moving more so where we have a survey that matches our LCAP and supports the strategic plan for the next 3 years. So that's pretty much just a high-level update. I would encourage people to check out our website, and then also we will have updates in the newsletter, I believe coming out later this week.
Thank you for the update. I know people were disappointed that it was rescheduled, but there have been some unfortunate events with Christian passing as well as Youth of the Year, which, hey, we should all go to the Youth of the Year. But we're rescheduling it with our partners in our feeder district, which reflects to me that people are invested in our district. It's been a huge move, I think, since the last 3 years I've been here, the deeper relationships with our partner districts. So thank you for that. All right. We're at action item 15. Are we? Come on, come on, Christine. Whoop. All right.
It's a resolution item to add a signature because we hired a director of business services. So we're just adding her to be able to sign district orders.
Oh, that's a good idea. Do we have any public comments? I don't think it's anybody working on this one. Oh, you got comments?
I mean, I'm looking.
I'm looking. Okay. Any comments? Okay. Hi, Abby. No comments? Okay. You know, it's okay to give a comment if you like. Okay. I want you to feel included. We need to make a motion.
I move approval of item 15.1.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor? We got to do a roll call, correct, Laura?
Trustee Ginn,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
vice president Nori,
Yes.
president Stevenson.
Yes.
Motion adopted.
Excellent.
And I'll need signatures on this resolution. Please don't leave.
I'll come back and see you afterwards.
It's for all members to sign.
Oh, I'm sorry. All of us, well, can you go back and get the form from her? Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. Is it possible you can go back and get that?
Thank
All right, so now we're doing future items, agenda items. I know I have a couple, but I'm gonna go one by one. Safik, do you have any future items?
No.
No? Okay. Thanks. Uh, All right. Amy, any future items?
No.
All right. Not now. Rich. All right, I have a couple. One is, well, we're back to retreat season, but my hope is that I can not compete with Rich with the number of retreats, but at least have less retreats, but really, really deeply talked about and move it across the agenda. So I'm excited to offer to see if we could start our new year with a retreat in January or February. What are you thinking? Well, January's over.
We're looking at late.
I know. So February, when are you guys down?
It will be late February, early March.
It will be late February. So we're going to try to do it late February. No, I can't just say I'm going to do it. I'm just saying, making sure, are we all on board? Are you favor for a retreat?
Yeah, late February or?
Yeah, late February. Yes. Yes.
Well, to do what?
We have some things. Thank you for asking that question. We have a couple of things that I think we need to talk about. One is to clarify the policy of rotation. Two, we need to look at, I suggest we do an anti-bias training. I think there's a lot of information and we can surely lead our community and having something like that. Are you okay, Diane? Oh. Thank you so much for co-community care. We appreciate that. I'm glad you came back. We're still here. We're trying to get done. But also I just think we need to kind of continue to talk about community engagement and clarify some things in our handbook. Yeah. Is it okay that we have I can't go into a bunch of details. I'm kind of tired right now, but I do believe we need to have some discussions in retreat.
Well, I'd want to see the proposed items before, if we are supposed to vote on yes or no, I'd want to know the items.
We can have a subgroup created agenda because I know that there's some things that it is 11:33, so I don't have all my ideas, but one is have an anti-bias training to kind of talk about that and to continue to clarify some of our policies. So yes.
But we did anti-bias training in January.
Well, it's
a year ago,
always
right?
good to have another one, given the feedback that we have gotten regarding just making sure that we are on the same page and leading towards a way that respects all people.
Also thinking about this idea of the building trust with each other and with the broad community, would that be part of it?
Yes, that could be one of those. I think it could be one of the topics.
Okay.
Any other questions? Anybody who don't want to do it? Anybody who doesn't want to do it? You want to do it? Anybody who doesn't?
Well, as I said, I'd want to know what's proposed before I can answer yes or no.
So we have 3 people who said it's okay, and Rich is kind of abstaining. He wants to know the agenda item. So what I will propose is to work with the superintendent to do the retreat, come up with the topics, and that will determine how long and how deep we go. Is that okay? All righty. Thank you. The retreat, we can talk about offline and then talk about who can help plan that. All right, it is 11:35. We have beat the midnight hour. We are totally.
And it's better than 1 o'clock.
Better than 1 o'clock, y'all. Adjourn.
Wow, that was hard.
Oh, make a motion.
You have to do it gentle at this hour.
I'm so excited. Can someone do a motion to adjourn? Thank you. So Amy, second, Sothic, first the motion. Thank you.
Do we have to vote? I don't know.